So,
Am I in now?
yep,
Okay,
you're in.
cool.
So, recently in our tale, having met the Beast King of Chimeras and being tasked with various quests by he and his three seneschals, you all decided to first tackle the mission given by Dinah, the lupine featured Seneschal of Land, commander of the Terra Corps. So, at her direction, you entered the competition known as the Gauntlet at Goldmaw Gorge, an arena style multi round combat venture. In 3 rounds of this combat, you took down a Chimeran Wyvern, 2 Girolons, and finally a Hydra. And that is where we pick back up as the crowd of a few thousand Villian erupts as you cut down the Hydra before them in the early afternoon of Sundas, 15th of Frostfall. You all look around to perhaps more than 2,000 Villian citizens cheering and chanting in excitement as the enormous slain Hydra is, over the course of the next few minutes, slowly removed from the battlefield by a dozen members of the Terra Corps. The crowd has reached peak sound at this point of the gauntlet, and you imagine this volume must be able to reach throughout most, if not all, of Corital. Well, there you have it! I am surprised to announce that the Frost Falls Gauntlet at Goldmaw Gorge has been won by the Udinil Forsaken Winds of Creatia. Please give it up for your champions! Crowd goes wild. And now, for their prize. From the booth where Dinah resides up ahead, she tosses over the railing a long rope tethered to some anchor point at her location, and with seemingly careless elegance, just allows herself to lean over the rail and allows herself to fall, instinctively grasping the rope to slow her spiraling descent. And after but a moment, she now stands with you all inside the arena. And she walks towards you with a long bundle of tied leather. She approaches your direction and presents this parcel toward you. Congratulations, Udinil challengers, now champions. I am delighted to see that after many, many, many years, the first Udinil travelers to grace our lands show the type of ferocity and fiery spirit that we expect from all of our kin. Then she looks up to address the crowd. Let tales be told of this day in your dens and houses. As is befitting of all champions that prove themselves in the gauntlet, these Udinil challengers are no different and deserve respect and honor in our city. See to it that this is achieved. You slowly, over the course of the eruption of applause around you, you hear the sounds of footsteps behind you as Oswin, the Furbo Terra Corps member that had been tending to you, is approaching you from behind holding a large chest. Thank you, Oswin, for collecting their earnings and resolving their balance. Champions, inside you will find your winnings of 2,400 gold pieces to split amongst yourselves however you like. And finally, who would do me the honor of untying these cord bindings? She holds the leather bundle out in front of her. Step forward. And she allows you to untie the kind of tightly wound cord rope around each side of the bundle. And as you peel back the leather bindings of this, you see, again, what she had displayed several or around previous, the soft gray-blue, jagged, jutting back and forth edge of this unique-looking blade, which I will once again make visible.
Sick.
You have earned the prize of the Levin's Edge. Our own Moro Steamfang poured a lot of work into this blade's craftsmanship. It has been crafted in the style of the long sabers once wielded by disciples of dragons that once walked this plane eras ago. And you will find that for its length, it feels surprisingly light in your hand. Should you meditate on its power and open yourself to its capabilities, you may find that it allows minor control of lightning magics in each swing of the weapon. Alas, this gauntlet has now concluded. As is standard to our crowd, please remain in the arena for another hour or so. Carouse, acquire refreshment, exchange tales, whatever you wish, as we allow the champions and other challengers to make their way out of the arena first. Then, go back to your families and friends and celebrate what you have seen here this day. And now, I take your leave. She gives a deep bow to the audience and begins to climb back up the rope to her balcony. Oswin ushers you back toward the way you came and continues to escort you away from the arena, still carrying for you guys the chest of winnings. The crowd continues to go nuts, even throwing out small amounts of coin and general miscellanea into the arena behind you in celebration. And as you exit the arena slowly, you can hear the chants of the crowd start to morph a little bit from what they were chanting of "you didn't nil" throughout, and it's morphing into something more of like a more cohesive now. Forsaken wins! Forsaken wins! You have definitely left an impact on the fans today, and as word spreads, possibly the city at large.
As we walk out, I want to hold up Levin's Edge.
Crowd, again, just the volume just spikes. But you are escorted out of the mountain and once more through tunnels and into the bright afternoon light of Cor Ital proper. What would you guys like to do?
Add Levin's Edge to the inventory.
You may absolutely, since you are the one that received it from her, Telperion can add Levin's Edge to your inventory.
I just read it.
Yeah, you're all free to read it for sure.
Is it on Unity Beyond?
Mm-hmm. Yep, should pop up there if you search it in inventory, manage inventory.
I love when the picture is at the bottom.
Yeah, I always make an effort to do that. But you are now in the early afternoon, and the rest of the day is yours.
Wow. Do we need to go talk about this somewhere?
Oswin, I can take that off your hands. Much appreciated. Thank you for all your help. Honestly, it was quite helpful having those riddles or whatever it was, those tips.
Yeah, seems you guys put those to good work. All right, well, here's your chest. Here's the winnings. It has those previous coin satchels that I had dropped on the table for you inside, along with additional ones. So should find it to your liking, I think. But here you go. Just hands over the chest. It is fairly heavy. Actually, I'm kind of curious. I'm going to do
how heavy 2,400 gold is.
Yeah, 0.02 times 2,400 plus the weight of the chest. It is like a 55-pound heft to it, so not light. So carrying this through the city yourself may be a bit of a ordeal unless you have someone grab the other handle on the other side and help you with it. But you guys are now in possession of the chest of winnings. You have the Levin's Edge, and you are free to do as you wish.
Can we fit things that are large into the bag of holding? Like, can that bag hold the chest? Because I think so. Because I think it's like
has to be able to fit into the bag of holding.
I meant like what's the size of the opening shirt?
Yeah, exactly. It's got to fit in the size of the opening. That's a good point. This chest might actually be able to fit. It's probably 1 by 1 by 2, so it could probably slide into the bag.
2 feet.
It's heavy and it's densely packed with coin, but it is still like not an enormous chest.
2 feet in diameter at the opening.
I'll help you.
Oh, then yes, this can drop in there for sure.
But
as it stands, though, this is another 55 pounds into the bag of holding.
We'll get home and sort it all.
I think we're good on that. We'll spend it all. It's fine.
Well, there's certainly cause to celebrate.
Oh.
Where would you all like to go?
Oh, before Osmond leaves, Osmond, for your troubles, and I'm gonna give him 5 gold.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I won't forget you guys. Well, have a good one.
Thanks, Osman.
I got my natural one out. You're good.
Very nice.
Is everyone okay, by the way? Are we all healthy?
I mean, I took a hit, but I'm not feeling too bad.
Doing all right.
Well,
all things considered, I think we did pretty well in there.
feels too early to go back to the house. Do we want to walk the market, go get a drink, have a meal?
See if there's a parade being held.
I have a feeling if we...
You have noticed in your exit that none of the patrons of the audience have yet been let down the kind of other incline out of the main entrance. So there's definitely like people throughout the city may not have any idea yet who the winners are, and you are functionally allowed to go wherever you want before being assaulted by just an onslaught of people rushing up to you. So
why don't we just walk the city? We haven't really explored it much yet.
Yeah, let's keep it low key.
I think a nice quiet lunch might be a good thing after a fun little battle like that.
okay, so I'll move us back to the main map. So you guys are exiting on the east side of the city where Goldmaw Gorge is. And where are you hoping to journey to?
I think Temple Alley, and then from there maybe looking for a place to go eat or something.
I want a corner booth pub meal right now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking for like Times Square, and I want to go to the Hard Rock Cafe in Times
Also,
Square.
we'd be close to Mirage's shop, and I can't wait to go say hi to him.
I know
Just one.
Oh yes, like I know it's gonna be like mediocre food. I know it's gonna be overpriced, but I want to be downtown to celebrate.
Do they have an Applebee's?
Perfect. Well, over the course of the next 10 minutes or so, you're able to make your way through one of the main thoroughfares that you know to lead westward toward Templar Alley. And markets are still fully live. The city is still densely populated with various citizens just roaming. Obviously, there was an enormous presence at Goldmaw Gorge for a city that is roughly 17,000 people in its population. A solid 2,000 to 3,000 may have been in attendance at that event. But this rest of the city continues to thrive outside of that event. So people perusing markets and stalls and business is definitely rampant right now. And you see still the kind of stone platform in the very center of Templar Alley, where there's just that golden archway with the drapery flowing, just flapping in the wind. But there are various spots nearby on the outskirts of this marketplace where people are getting ales and drinks, etc.
We'll sit down at one of them.
All right. You approach one of them. It's just kind of an outdoor patio. From the direction you're approaching, you're not sure what the name of the place is, but it's somewhat lively in there. It's definitely like more than 50% capacity, and people are just, carousing and sharing stories and gambling and what have you at the place. But are you hoping to go get a drink?
Drinks,
right.
food.
Drinks.
Yes,
and
don't
food.
forget.
For the lot.
You make your way to the counter where the bartender is. It seems to be like a tabby cat, somewhat hefty set tabaxi man that turns and spots you coming from a while away as you're making your way through the crowd in that space, and immediately welcomes you. Well, good morning. How do you do? You must be the Udinil in town. It is my pleasure to welcome you to the watering hole. Welcome, pull up a seat. Would you like to sit at the bar, or would you like a table somewhere off to the side?
Place. Table will be fine for us. We're looking to do just a round of drinks and whatever you got for lunch.
Oh, very well. I will have the chef whip something up, and let us say, if you're looking for basic ale, we will say a gold piece will serve you all 2 rounds.
Easy.
put up 4 gold pieces.
Oh, this is amazing. This accounts for the food as well. Please, find yourself a seat. Let Boris know if you need anything at all.
Will do, Boris. Thank you.
You look a bit banged up.
I bought lunch too.
Are you all right?
I thought he meant it was one for.
I had some sparring this morning.
We killed a few
Very
monsters
well.
today. Just trying to recover from that.
Very well. The fiery spirit of our villain must have already seeped into your bones. I love to hear it. Anyway, please find a seat and we will bring your ale and food shortly. And you definitely are able to get a seat, and you are definitely turning heads as expected in this location. Everyone's like, oh, you hear whispers going throughout, and you can't look in any direction without seeing eyes on you as people are just fascinated by the nil that are in their bar.
Do you think there's any reason we should have wanted to keep a low profile in the city? Which we've definitely not done.
I mean,
I don't know if it matters. I'm trying to think about it.
Grand scheme of things, I think, and I think Toby's brought this up in the past. Whatever we're trying to do, we'll need help, and there's no reason to not ingratiate ourselves with the locals and at least make our names known, so we can call in a favor or something.
I don't know about you guys. I'm not a fan of it. I might have to change my face soon. I don't like all these stairs.
I thought you liked attention.
I think I'm changing my mind about that. It's gonna make it hard for us to, do anything secretive around town.
I think
we
since
have
what
things that need to be secretive.
Yeah, do you think there's many secrets here, Jax?
Yeah, you never know. It's always nice to have, the ability to do something secretive. But
This one agrees with you,
out.
friend. As right when you're talking about that, Boris comes to the table and sets down a couple pints, and another server sets down, and there's 8 pints made available for you with a couple plates of simple cured meats and cheeses. Well, let this one know if you need anything else. And he makes his way back.
Charcuterie?
Oh my god.
Right?
Me.
We're Chestershire.
What? That doesn't fit with what I've learned of your language. What Chestershire?
It breaks all the rules.
Well, Jax, to your point, today and tomorrow and the next few days will be probably a bit of a ruckus with all these star-studded villian, but I don't know. I mean, I think doing something like winning the gauntlet is probably the best way for us to blend in at some point. Like I don't know.
If we keep doing things that they all do, they'll.
Yeah. So I mean,
it certainly won't be like when we were in Kirsan, where they saw us and thought they'd take advantage of us. I think maybe we've won ourselves a bit of good grace.
I wonder how long it takes to become a villain, or if that's even possible.
You mean like physically or like culturally?
Like culturally.
I don't know if it's a good question. But seeing as Jax of Daenor has been welcomed by the king, I think if you were going to be getting up to anything secretive, a new face would be a good idea.
Maybe not
I agree.
Toby wants to watch and see if Jax goes to eat anything, and I want to see what that looks like. And and I'm gonna wait to ask if you can taste it because I'm curious.
Can taste it. Why wouldn't I be able to taste it?
Because just in my head, I'm still thinking that it's like there's the Jax image being placed on top of Jiri's body. So I'm like, you're conscious and you're in charge, but do you get all of Jiri's senses? It's.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I mean, he thinks he's in his own body now, though. I don't think you've really convinced him that he's not. So yeah, he's just gonna eat and act normal.
It's very like the Matrix eating a juicy steak.
Mm-hmm.
My brain tells me this is delicious, juicy steak. Also, the visual thing that I'm picturing is like if you're eating with a fork, the fork goes slightly too far into the mouth that we see
Oh.
because your actual mouth is slightly behind.
How
Oh.
that works.
Well, it's exciting to have won so much gold. Do you all want to check out the sword right now, or would you rather wait?
Yes.
I take out the sword and I put it on the table.
Oh, that's one way to attract attention.
I think we've gone.
Yeah,
I think we've acknowledged that
Definitely
we're
gets some additional looks, but no one like approaches necessarily. Are you examining any specific part of it, or?
I just wanted to look at it and like offer them the chance because none of us have looked at it up close yet. I'm like poking it with poking the sharp edge of it.
Definitely sharp.
What do you think about it, Jax?
Mm,
You're a
not
blazer.
my style.
What's your style?
It's so sexy.
If ever I see my friend Jiri again, I'm gonna save this because I think he'd like it.
Yeah, maybe if you see him again.
If is good.
That won't happen if you can help it, though, will it?
I mean, I've been hearing him lately. Actually, it's weird. Like, in the back of my mind, I can just like, maybe it's just my imagination, but spent too much time with him, hearing his thoughts almost. It's getting kind of annoying. Don't really like it. He never really shuts up, but again, maybe that's just part of my imagination.
There's a lot of things Jiri doesn't know, and when to shut up is definitely one of them. But my question is, you don't know how you got like this, do you? We've covered that. You don't know.
Not really. I mean, something happened between the two of us. He got stuck inside me. I got stuck inside him. Not sure. But I'm starting to remember more and more. And, it just is motivating me to get going. So I do enjoy, this city, this town, but I think we should eventually talk about, what's next for us.
Before we do that, one point I want to make is if you and Jiri are fused somehow, I know you like the freedom, but it's important to remember that it might take both of you and his secrets or whatever he's going to remember as well to undo it. I don't think you can do it entirely on your own.
Maybe. But I think I've got a better chance of figuring this out than Jiri did. He wasn't too motivated to really let me out. Thought I was a curse. So, I still think it's better for me to be in control for the both of us.
I have a question. I slightly need help remembering what Telperion knows versus what we all know. If this question is a bad question, a wrong question to ask, you can stop it. Is there anyone else in there? His father?
Oh, no. His father, no. Just me and the Mad Wolf. That's it.
You are the Mad Wolf, right?
No, I'm bonded to the Mad Wolf.
So when Jiri was complaining about the Mad Wolf, he wasn't complaining about you?
To a certain extent. We're almost one and the same. But the Mad Wolf is a powerful spirit that gives me magical abilities, let's say.
Were you... before you fused with Jiri, did you have magic without the Mad Wolf?
When I was born, I was bonded to the Mad Wolf. I've always had these magical abilities.
Interesting. Okay.
But I've put the Mad Wolf in his place. I've told him he listens to me now, so we shouldn't have to worry about him too much.
Careful. You hear in your mind, Jax.
Is that Boris?
Well, as to before we get to what we want to do next, I want to just say that was incredible today. I don't know if any of you are encouraged or excited, but we've come a long way from killing a single tainted dryad in a ruin.
Oh man. Oof. That is where this started.
Fighting off some bandits.
Right. Forgot about that. Quick toast to the ForWynds. Congrats to us. Leaving the day with heavier pockets.
Oh. And then hoping to lighten them.
Though they don't feel much heavier.
They don't.
I'm personally excited to see what Mirage has that's it's more expensive than what we could afford before. But you do bring up a good question, Jax. We're here. We kind of did what Gallus was hoping by coming here. I know you're eager to get back to Daenor and Doras, but there is a war going on. Is right now the best time to do that? We've gotten a couple. Yeah, we'll stop talking.
Me to go back?
Should we all just take a little time before we go back while they're not actively invading other nearby towns and countries? I've never been to Durast. Would they?
Yeah, it is interesting. Because they're invading, they might not be paying too much attention within their borders. They might be so focused elsewhere.
Can elves just walk about in Durast?
Toby, Rama, and Jiri Jax. You have maybe seen elves in your time in Durast, but very rare, extraordinarily rare, even wood elves or high elves. You see half elves sometimes, but it is just such a overwhelming majority of human leaning population that it's rare to see people of racial ancestry that doesn't have some measure of humanity.
It's not unheard of, but it might draw some unwanted glances.
Why I have the mask. I wear it during the day, but at nighttime, you can go about with your normal face.
That would work for you, but I might be a little harder to conceal.
Maybe.
But, I mean, yeah, more important than how we would be going about there, the main reason we'd be going back is because of you.
I have some threads I want to pursue in Durast. Gallus told me of some things, and I kind of want to see if there's more to it there.
What about you, Roulette?
I'm excited for a bit of downtime. And by downtime, I mean time in one place where I can not have any downtime and continuously work on the projects that have been rattling around in my brain for a while.
We do have a house now.
I don't know. I mean, I'm thinking short term. I know the very welcoming nation of Chimeras and their king may have some requests for us. I know he's spoken about this, so I think short term we hear them out and see what those requests are. Like I said, Jax, I don't know why or how, but we're gonna head north. I see that coming for us. But yeah.
And how much downtime are you proposing there, Roulette?
At most a few weeks here. I don't know. I think as much as I'd like to hope what Toby's saying is right, where we could just kind of get past those front lines and make it into Duras where they're not paying attention. I feel like this Durastian, the front that they've got is going to be well guarded and well kept, and I think we might do better to at least wait around for a bit till things get a little more, I don't know, even keeled on the borders.
I agree with Roulette. I'd like to make an impression here. We've been given a couple tasks. We've already completed one. I wouldn't mind a few weeks to kind of wrap our heads around things. And the road has probably taken its toll on us. But Jax, I want to know, you want to go to Daenor, but what are you hoping to achieve there? Is it a person you're trying to find? You've come a way. You've come a long way. You've emerged from Jiri. Is there some work you can do here before we go that would be advantageous?
You know, my goal in Daenor is a personal matter. I don't feel like sharing in such a open and crowded place such as this where anyone could overhear. You know, that's, you know, the only thing I've really thought about lately is just getting back. I've got something important to do, and that's all I can really say right now.
So then if that's the case, we wouldn't even pay the $5,000, right?
All right. Well, it sounds like Roulette and I want to stay here for a while. Toby, do you want to take some time here?
Yes, I was hoping to help Mirage, or have Mirage help me rather, get the Seneschals some spell scrolls prepared. And I know that's time intensive, so I longer the better, but also with some urgency.
So maybe we take a few days and then we start thinking about one of those other requests that was made of us.
Yes.
The king sounded somewhat time sensitive, or more pressing than the others.
Yes.
All right. So you guys are able to continue finishing up your food, your drinks. Are you trying to make your way to Mirage's place or back home?
I definitely want to stop by Mirage and tell him that we lived.
Oh yeah, because he knew.
Okay.
Yeah. He said come back with heavier pockets, which we can do now. But also, didn't one of you need to talk to him again? I don't remember.
No, starting tomorrow, I think Toby was going to go over, and I was probably going to join.
Oh, okay. Sure. Well, let's just stop by on the way home.
All right. You guys are able to make your way out of the watering hole and toward that central part of Tempor Alley, where you can push through that curtain drapery and you proceed into the pocket dimension plane, whatever this space is, of the Mirage Arcanium. And I'll go to some different music for that because I like to.
Oh, dens.
Except I'm not seeing. Oh, there we go. You guys enter the Mirage Arcanium. Business is lively. People perusing all the aisles and shelves and carts and stalls and shelving. But Mirage immediately comes and sees, "My friends, so you have lived. What tales do you have to bring to me?"
Well, do you want to know how
They participated in the gauntlet today, you know.
Would you like to hear about the wyvern we defeated, the giant apes, or the hydra? Giant gorillas.
Hold a moment. It almost sounded as if you just described 3 rounds that you completed.
Yeah, it wasn't just we didn't get a participation award. We won.
You don't win the whole gauntlet just by doing 2 rounds.
My goodness, you all are more interesting than I could have ever imagined. This one is so happy to have met your acquaintance and to have you be such loyal patrons of the Arcanium. What can I do for you today? I imagine you must be jangling some extra coin in there now.
It's true. I think we were just, stopping by to let you know we're still returning customers.
Well, that is certainly appreciated. And we are still on for tomorrow, yes?
Indeed.
All right. I'm excited to get to dabble in the tutelage of spell scribing. It is a lost art, in my opinion. Not many people do it very well, but this one will show you all the right tricks.
Mirage, I think now that we're back here with slightly heavier pockets, I know Telperion and myself, wondering if this more permanent establishment of the Arcanium might have a wider selection than your mobile tent that we came through in Kirsan.
Of course, it does as well. It does indeed. As you can see, in general, the space is certainly more expensive than my tent I had set up there. But I am also eager to do business here because with every passing day I do business in Kirsan, I owe a bit of compensation to the Orakawa, as you know. But so I do have extensive wares available. Is there anything in particular that would interest you?
Did you have specific things?
Mirage, there's a couple. You know me, I'm a fighter, right? We slay some
Yes,
beasts.
yes. We go way back, days even.
Days even. Right, many hours.
2 days.
Yeah, 2 days. I am looking for ways to gain an edge in combat that aren't just specifically damage related, like, inflicting damage on creatures or, whatever's in front of me, but ways to, like, make myself swifter or quicker to respond if an enemy's attacking me, or there's things that could generally make me more agile.
Certainly. We do have things of that nature. For example, going off our spell scroll conversation, you could, of course, gather a spell scroll of haste. It would be 500 gold pieces or so, and if you are not able to read the text of the scroll, that may prove difficult, but if one of your allies can, they can bolster you with that benefit. Or, for anyone's benefit, we also have potions of speed, which imbue you with the same effect. You can down the contents quicker than you would normally take to read the scroll. But due to the convenience of that and the availability for any consumer to imbibe the contents, it is a bit more pricey at, we'll say, 700 gold. So you could buy a potion of that. I also do myself, and he kind of pulls back part of his robe and displays, like, beneath his elegant, like, street robes, he has this beautiful golden breastplate on with a bunch of jewels affixed to it. This is a bit of a custom enchantment that Mirage has created for his own use. I call this a breastplate of alacrity. It allows you to gain an advantage when you are reacting to stressful combat scenarios. It is quite useful in my opinion, but if you are interested in such an enchantment, this is one of a kind. I could consider selling you mine, but it would require me enchanting a new one. This is also an enchantment of a tier of magic, perhaps above standard fare. I would consider it rare. So I could, of course, be commissioned by you if you wish to enchant your armor or a different armor to be imbued with this enchantment, but it would take a number of months and a serious coin to pull off.
What kind of coin are we talking about?
Or for enhanced coin of this one, you could walk away with this one's breastplate today. I would say for materials alone, creating a rare enchantment would probably run possibly 2,000 gold in terms of just the materials required. And if you are commissioning me, I do need to make a bit of profit myself. I would say I could take no less than 2,500 gold for the creation of such an item. Although if you wish to walk away with these ones, I may charge a additional fee as well.
Sure, how much is yours?
This one has affixed numerous jewels to it as well, as he is not only enchanter, not only merchant, not only spell scriber, but also at his core jewelry maker as well. This one with the enhanced ornate design, I would probably not be willing to part with it for less than 4,000, I'm afraid.
Oh,
it
shit.
is just sentimental value and the additional jewels affixed to it, which are functionally unnecessary, but this one believes they are core to the piece.
I see, thank you. You've given me a lot to think about. Let's see what a breastplate.
looking at your search history.
I wrote breast and wait, oh why?
Kira kills a child. Something you wrote.
That's true. All right, I have to think about this. Thank you so much. You've given me a couple things to think about.
Of course, if you are interested in something else of a custom nature, I could consider developing something custom to suit your needs. It would just require time and effort, which you would need to pay for, but this one thinks it could be a worthwhile venture. Just food for thought.
Would that enchantment be something that requires my, like, I don't know, attunement? Like, you know?
I would say standard enchanted weapons and armors that just bolster the strength of the armaments generally do not require you to maintain a mental connection to them, but with the nature of this, to alert you to the presence of enhanced adrenaline flowing through your system and to act on it more quickly, this would require you to attune to its properties.
Right. You've been very helpful. I'll have to think about what you've shared. Can't spend my money too quickly.
Very well. Well, let me know if there's anything else. Otherwise, feel free to peruse our wares. And this one will see you, Topirama, in the morning.
Indeed.
Mirage, I got a question for you. Do you have
Yes, of
anything
course.
that would help with navigating? You know what I mean? Like any like magical maps or anything that would like help find your way places?
That is a good question. We, of course, do have enchantments like that. I can see why that's maybe of use to Udinil in strange lands. You want to know which way is up. There is a small compass stone enchantment I have available if you want to take a look with me over here. And he kind of directs your attention to a location, and there is functionally like a small jade stone for 50 gold. That it just like you can see like a spark of magic hovering on one corner of like or one edge of the diameter of the stone, and as you rotate the stone or turn, that little spark of energy maintains its position relative to north. It's functionally a magical compass.
All right, Mirage. Would you take 45 gold for this?
You are the We don't even need to barter. Let it be known this day, as he calls out to the other patrons in the place. Mirage has loyal customers of the new champions of the Goldmaw Gorge. This is now our first official transaction since that event. And he will place in your hands 45 gold pieces. Is perfectly acceptable.
All right. Jax will hand over 45 gold from his coin purse.
Perfect.
And he will.
I do not have an item created in D&D Beyond, but you can add Magic Compass.
Got it.
I think that's all I needed for just now. Oh, I guess I have one more question. Mirage, I hold up a sliver. How much would it cost to enchant this to be a little more efficient?
Let me consider for a
Magical.
moment. I am, of course, prepared for this type of commission. Let me just evaluate the weapon. He takes it as I scroll through my notes. Got that. For such a enchantment, you want to just bolster magically enhance the honed edge of this to fly further, not further, but straighter and with more deadly impact. I could enchant this over the course of 2 weeks or so for 350 gold pieces. I think that would be appropriate.
2 weeks? Excellent. That's very good to know. Thank you, Mirage. I might be back soon to ask you to do that.
Of course. Let this one know if there's anything he can be of service with.
Do we want to welcome everyone?
I think so.
Mind going
Alright.
get up?
Sure. Let's go rest. It's been a long morning.
Perfect. So you guys head out from Mirage's place back towards the tree home. Another 20-minute or so trek to 10 minutes to get out of the densely packed city, and then another 10 minutes to kind of push into the forest livable area. And you arrive at your
Tree home.
tree home.
Yes. I really want to put 600 gold in my inventory.
Okay.
Can I do that? Will you
As soon as we get home, I guess, I'll take out the gold and I'll start divvying up the bags to everyone.
Perfect.
So everyone
You're
gets.
welcome to do so. So everyone can do 600 gold. And then, are you doing anything with the chest? It weighs roughly 7 to 8 pounds. I don't know if you want to keep that, stow that in your space here in your room.
I'm just gonna stow it in the house somewhere for now.
Okay.
Not gonna put it in the bag.
Very simple but well-made iron chest. This trunk. So you can stow that where you like. Out of curiosity, now that we have a map and I have, our exterior picture and kind of the interior living space picture up at the top, do you guys want to pick rooms?
Yeah.
Sure.
There's, functionally not like a whole bunch of
Is it-
identifying
is it-
characteristics of the room, but we can mark this.
Is it just 7, 8, 9, and 10?
Yeah. that's what
Yes,
it's like.
yes.
Yeah. Oh, look, there's a chest in 10 where I put it. I'm in 10.
Perfect.
I like the shape of number 8. I like the little desk. I can set up a little potion stand there.
Critter's taking notes because one of them has a bomb in it.
Rock, paper,
Is it up?
scissors for 9 jacks.
I think that means you get 9.
Did you guys just decide? Is it Toby and 9?
Sure.
Which one did you take? 8?
Mm-hmm. I can keep an ear on Jax this way.
I feel bad. 7 is the smallest one.
I mean, we can imagine it's not.
What?
We can just imagine they're equal size.
No.
Yeah, that's also fair.
This is the truth.
Imagination.
I take off my armor and put it in my new room. Excited to get to not wear it for a little while.
Do it in D&D Beyond. See what that AC drops down to.
Alright, last call.
Nice 11.
Oh, his would be a straight. Oh, do you? Yeah, it is 11. Yeah, you're right.
It's 10 plus your dexterity modifier.
Yeesh.
What mine is? Oh, mine's 12.
I get this room number 7. Yeah, that works for me.
Yeah, we're functionally saying they're all equal size.
But mine's big.
Telpiran gets the biggest.
I actually did. I thought 10 was the biggest. Roulette claimed 10 first.
I did.
That one with the barrel.
Ladies' choice.
Ladies' choice is short. It's true.
And then over the course of our downtime, which we can resolve when we get there, you guys are free to make modifications to the house if you feel the desire to and are willing to spend gold, but you absolutely do not need to do so. But you are settled back in your tree home, armor off if you need it to be. You have various. It was kind of pre-stocked with some food item storage, so you guys have food available here if you need it, water skins, etc. But it's probably getting close to evening now, so what are you guys all doing for the rest of the night / evening?
I want to do some like stretches and forms just to like get the kinks out after a long day, morning of combat, without my armor on. And then I'd like to finally read the Hag's Journal.
Okay.
I don't know, that's just like that's getting me in a situation.
Kick
You
back
are
at the
welcome
table.
to read the Hag's Journal as I go search for that in my notes because I do have it.
Let's make a wisdom saving throw.
I've never said it, so I just want to point out when Topirian's not wearing his armor,
He's naked.
he has like a royal blue tunic that's definitely cut off at the sleeves, and it's got some elvish scroll work on it, some silver embroidery.
Okay. So as you open this like gnarly stench black leather journal, You see just like various pages of just mad scramblings. Some of the pages are like wilting and peeling and pulling back. Some of them are illegible. The parts that are legible that you do get toward the back, the more recent journal entries, are the following. There are notably 5 pages that give some version of legible information. First is, the mistress is clearly bound to this place by some ancient curse. She does not leave her abode, but she continues to allow me to use the thicket for my own ambitions as long as I continue her mission in life. She delighted in the valuables of mortals for a time, but grew bored. I do not wish to be on the wrong end of her rage. I have found a new way to sate the mistress's desires. She adores the beauty of the creatures in the forest, especially any half-breeds, which I frequently gift her, and she immediately adds to her collection. Servitude has served me well, strangely, as I have gained access to biological oddities I never could have imagined.
Oh my god.
In my search for half-breeds today, I was forced into combat with a strange yellow-skinned elf-like type creature, but they had a wrinkled and elongated face with sunken features and ridged ears, not typical of elves I've met. They regrettably escaped, but I gave them a reason to remember me by. My claw was able to prod at his supple little eye, gouging it and rendering it lame. I also managed to acquire a few valuables from their person. 2 silvered swords and a handful of strange magical needles. They do not seem to be for weaving and are like nothing I've ever seen before.
Metal one-eyed person.
No, nor did we find the swords.
Next passage is, I chose to melt down the silver. Much more useful as... Yep, that is hilarious. I chose to melt down the silver, much more useful as experimental components rather than the barbaric weapons of mortals. But these needles, I have gained the benefits of a few of them, but I cannot seem to replicate their magics myself. I have but only a few left. Luckily, my experiments are looking promising. Fiends of Fae, I found one. The mistress's growing impatience at the lack of available half-breeds nearby has admittedly unsettled me a bit, but my bone guards have just returned with one of those catfolk. The mistress was delighted upon delivery. And that is the final passage.
As soon as you started reading this, I was waiting for there to be like a passage to be like, oh, and I must not forget that if I offer the giant 3 apples, he will stay asleep and become my friend.
Yeah, the troll, yeah.
That would have been amazing.
He's a picky one, that troll, but I found his weakness. Apples.
3 apples.
But that is the information available to be read from the Hag's Journal. So functionally incorporating some information that may or may not be useful, possibly the most notable thing being the magic needles were something she found and was trying to replicate through enchantment. So for example, the Bramblevine chestnut that you have seems to be a very custom home-brewed method of conjuring spell effects out of the use of something. She was clearly trying to make her own version of that tattoo magic, but could not seem to do so very successfully.
Okay. We'll put it away and...
Yep.
Well, what do you think? Should we preserve the... I don't know that we even need this journal anymore. I mean, we could save it. It's told us a little bit about what was happening in the forest. I wouldn't want to get rid of it. Can we just put it in the bag and leave it there for a while?
Oh yeah, you can throw that in the bag for now.
Does anyone else want to do anything today?
Oh, go ahead, Toby.
Well, I was just thinking, Topirian, you've still got Jiri's tabby, right?
I do.
Am I correct in remembering he had a cookbook of some kind in there?
You probably did.
That's a great question. I pull out whatever cookbook is in there.
Is there any chance this is in Jiri's inventory listed? Because it's probably like in a Durastian's kitchen or something. There was like a playbill of a thing, but then there was another actual cookbook. So I have it in my notes buried, but yes, there is a cookbook.
The
functionally.
Conway's Camp Cooking Compendium. And also In a Durastian's Kitchen by Ponder Grut.
How the fuck
Those...
did you find that so quickly? That's amazing.
I'll take both of those and start paging through them.
Those were not in his tabby. Those have been in Roulette's bag.
Oh,
Gotcha.
yeah.
And is the tabby in Roulette's bag? I do want a very quick understanding of where Jiri's belongings are. It sounds like some of it's in Roulette's bag.
I have the tabby.
I have the one.
You have the tabby. Okay.
I've always had
Back
it.
when
Toby Rama has the wind fan. Okay.
Back when Jiri still had a pack that was being carried around by Moby, if you recall, at one point he dumped all his things into her pack
bag,
and
yeah.
threw his. So his bag is in there, and all his stuff are.
That's funny.
So the only
Out
thing
of
that
that
got
bag.
split up was whatever was on his person. So I have the goggles of night. Toby has the wind fan, and I have the tabby with his money.
And then somebody's got his coat.
Yeah, coat and tabby are separate.
No,
Clothing
coat and
items.
armor was picked up by Toby because Toby said he picked up everything except, but I demanded the tabby,
And
then
don't.
and then it would go in the bag.
Oh, and his. Okay, so you have his puffy clothing too. Yeah.
Yeah, in the bag. So, Tim, you might want to mark on on Jiri's character sheet that those things are in the bag of holding, instead of us creating all those from scratch and having them in it ourselves.
Yep. Yeah, I got them on Jiri's character sheet.
Perfect.
Awesome. But you are, Toby Rum, you are free to gather those cookbooks and start perusing the wares of what's available here. And I imagine start pondering what you may be interested in cooking up.
Well, Jax was going to do something similar. He was going to look and see if we needed groceries. He was going to look around, like, if there's pantry or if there are cupboards.
There is a storehouse here on the middle floor. Back, it's kind of a pantry area, but just open space. But there's crates and stuff, and things are salted and stuff for storage purposes. But there are various groceries here. For specific needs, may need to go fetch those out in a market somewhere. But there's definitely enough basics here to get some together.
All right. Okay. Plenty of food. Oh, wait. Roulette, any chance I can get Jiri's backpack from you? Might be nice to, like, start holding my own stuff, you know?
Oh, of course. And I'll take it.
Just his backpack. That's all I need.
Perfect.
And your empty backpack.
All right. Toby, is there anything in particular you're thinking about cooking, or you just...
No, it's just something I
generally
thought
make
to add
food?
on to downtime is I imagine I'll be casting sending with the spell scribing each day, but if I have another spell slot available, I'd like to try and do the create food and water and try and use the bland base and start seeing what kind of like spices and other things I need to
Oh.
purchase to then make it less boring. And it creates a
That's
fuck
super cool.
ton. So
It's so
as
much
it's
food.
so much.
It's
So,
so
as
much
I
food.
do it, I'll like also go sprinkle some in the forest or something, just because it goes
For the
bad.
critters!
Yeah, that's gonna be something I'm doing, but I can't do it today.
Okay. Got it. Okay. Well, you guys are able to eat, enjoy your evening however you like. Otherwise, we will kind of conclude the day with long rest type stuff, unless there's anything else you guys want to tackle in the daylight hours before long rest resolution.
Is Chris, just to make sure I understand what's happening next, are we going towards our like month-long?
Yeah, functionally, I want to give you guys the opportunity to resolve any evening things, give you guys the opportunity to resolve any long rest things, like I typically ask, hey, what are you doing as you settle in, blah, blah, blah. So you'll have an opportunity there. And then functionally, tomorrow, we'll start the downtime activities.
I do have one last thing I'll do tonight. I want to, well, this is so cute. We get to like actually be in a kitchen and chill together and stuff. So while Toby's farting around in the kitchen and maybe Jiri is checking out the pantry.
Bad place to fart around.
Yeah. I'm going to sit down. I'm going to pull out Kelmvor's Kiss, and I want to RP with Toby for a minute about it. First of all, I want to just sit there and like
analyze it and study it, and like I know it's extremely toxic, but like I don't know what kind of poison it's gonna make, and I'm kind of starting. I want to like I'm gonna for the first time really be looking at it and wondering like how I'm gonna extract the poison from it. So can I just investigate before I do anything else?
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead and make a
Nature
what?
check.
How have we done this? Yeah, nature check with proficiency. Yeah,
Yeah, so it's just a +5 because I'm proficient with nature.
got it. Yep. So just nature
Nature.
check functionally.
13.
13's pretty good. Nothing particularly unique about this plant piece of flora catches your attention as like, oh, based on the way these thorns are protruding out, I need to very carefully, slice it in this way. Like you functionally know you're just going to need to probably chop it up, maybe soak it in a fluid, extract poison however you're used to extracting poison if you want to extract its properties in that way. You do think it's just poison. It's not some other magical source of damage potential. It is just a very, very, very potent poison.
Okay, excellent. Then I want to ask Joey. Joey, did you know that this plant is named after your god?
Yes, I remember seeing another one in Austenis.
I was thinking about Kellenvor because I just want to really emphasize how impressed I was today with your use of your spells and just, I mean, first of all, your tactical thinking has been improving a lot, but your spells seem more potent than they used to be, or more diverse. You've been able to do more.
It is interesting. My abilities seem to reach farther than what I expected as I began to, gain some healing magic, and I knew I could ease people's pain, but it seems to have more range than I was expecting. Yeah, it's interesting.
My powers come from my mind, and I've long studied them in theory, but not in practice. So I kind of know where they're coming from. Do yours just come from your devotion to Kellenvor? Does he, communicate it to you in any way?
I have spoken with an envoy of his, actually. And he seems...
Envoy.
He seems pleased with how I've been using the gifts so far. I don't know, there's a lot of emphasis on balance.
So if he wasn't pleased, would he take them away?
Doesn't seem out of the realm of possibility.
And he's pleased when you bring balance to things?
Yes. I mean, even just that trip through the Emerald, there was a lot of uncouth and bad stuff that is not intended how nature intends. There's the hag, there's all the skeleton centaurs. It's just those are like blights that need to be kind of erased.
Seems like a natural check then, that you can only really use it to just get rid of evil. And if you overstep, you might take it away. Kind of makes me more scared of people like myself or Jax, where there's no moral check on our powers. It's just our own.
I know what you mean.
Interesting.
No, and I like I think it's funny that that plant is called Kellenvor's Kiss, because I think people assume he's just all about death, and yes, if you were to ingest that, he would get hold of you. But there's more levels to it.
I'll have to think about that. What kind of god is he? I mean, not death, obviously, but or life and death and balance. But what pantheon? He's not the Elvish pantheon, I don't think.
Would Toby know that?
Toby, Rami, you may not know very much information. You can make a religion check.
Heck yeah, I can. Big +0. Let's go.
Yes. 13's still pretty good. You definitely get some basic informations that you agree with Telperion that he's definitely not an elvish god. He's not within the elven Seldarin pantheon. You're not sure if he belongs to a specific pantheon per se, or if he's just like a more humanoid representation of gods that whose domain is death, or the balance of life and death. But you also are not surprised at all to hear Telpierion's question, because you didn't hear much about Kellanvor until you met with that band of travelers. He is not a prevalent god often worshipped. People don't, you have never seen a shrine to Kellanvor. It's almost like a very small following that the Ser Timoris certainly had reverence for him. And whatever that tombstone is in Ostennis seemed to have connection, but you're not surprised to hear his confusion, because Kellanvor is not widely worshipped.
Yeah. I'll relay that generally.
I think that's all the questions I had for now.
Always happy to talk about him.
Are you? You've never brought him up.
I let him speak. I speak through my actions.
All right. Well, I'll speak with your actions later then.
Otherwise, you guys are able to resolve the night, maybe some cheery celebration and drinking and food, snacking. But you're able to finally, as the night comes to a close, go off to your respective rooms for functionally a long rest, the night of sleep. Is there anything you guys are specifically interested in doing in this long rest before we kick off our downtime activities?
I think I was pretty ready to just go out like a light and just brick down on the bed, but that talk with Telperion kind of reminded me, and I'll take the second to pull my idol out of my pack and set it up on the little cabinet in my room, and then I'll hit the bed and pass out.
Okay. The first touch of personalization you make to your room, just getting that idol out on a stand. Perfect. Anyone else?
I'm looking at
Writing a letter
like it says unknown.
and hanging on to it for now.
Okay.
Roulette is very specifically not doing any work tonight. Like this is it's a weird night of quiet from Roulette's room. No tinkering, no letter writing. She already delivered it this morning.
No discomfort as you fall asleep either.
Just like passing out.
North face.
How about you, Jax? Everyone's going to sleep. Telperion's trancing. The other two are going off to sleep. What are you doing?
Yeah, Jax is gonna wait until like middle of the night, and he's gonna get up and he's gonna go to Toby's room and go wake up Toby. He's gonna knock on the door quietly and enter into Toby's room if Toby opens the door.
It wouldn't have been locked. It'll take some shoving to get me to stir.
Okay, so I'll get up and then you'll wake up and Jax will be like over the top of you, and he is like fully dressed. He's got a pack on, Jerry's backpack, and he's got the water bottle and the bracers in his hands. He's not wearing the water bottle, he's not wearing the bracers, but he's like carrying them.
Okay.
And he just gently wakes you up.
Oh, hey.
Toby, I'm sorry to wake you up, but can I speak with you for a moment?
Sure.
I feel like I can trust you, Toby. You were the only one that really did anything to help, like, free me. You know, that remove curse spell that you cast on Jerry. Didn't know what it was going to do, but it helped me escape. So I just wanted to say that I appreciated that. Thank you for at least giving me the benefit of the doubt. Thank you for helping me with my situation.
Yeah. I mean, just, didn't want to assume anything. You and Jiri are on the same boat. I want to help him, so why wouldn't I want to help you?
Yeah, speaking of Jiri, and helping him, I've come to tell you that, and I just wanted to explain it to you before, but I need to leave. I can't stay here in Corital with you all. I know the plan was to spend weeks here, but I need you to know that I have something important to do. And I'll explain it to you and only you because it is a secret and I don't want too many to know about it. But I must return to Daenor. I have a task there. It must be completed. I must return to the Red Plumes for I need to kill my half brother, Jahara. He is the leader of the Red Plumes. And at first this task was just, for personal revenge, but now I see it as also my duty to help out in this war. The Red Plumes are helping King Zavar and the forces of Daenor and Durast, so if there's something I could do to help the situation out, it would be that. So I'm here to, just to let you know that I know you're concerned about your friend Jiri, and I will do my best when I get to Daenor to free him and somehow separate our minds from one another and find his body and give him back what he, his own life. But I'll do my best, and if I am successful, I will send him back to you guys. I know a magician, a wizard in Daenor who may be able to return him to you and your friends. So I don't want you to worry too much about Jiri. I've brought his possessions as a sign of goodwill. Here are his bracers and his water bottle. And I will even split the gold, the earnings, with Jiri. I will give you some of his the gold that we earned together as a group for him. I only need a little bit to travel through the woods and make my way back to Daenor.
I'd like to try to talk you out of it, but I don't think I have that right. You're gonna journey on foot. Is that the plan?
That's the plan. I can't stay here for that long. This quest that I have, that I've remembered. I must complete it. I must kill my evil half brother. And to tell you more, if it'll convince you, I'm hatching another plan. Maybe I will take his place because I can disguise myself as him and lead the Red Plumes. And maybe there's a chance that I could use that to somehow overthrow King Zavar. I don't know, but that is more lofty of a goal. My first task is merely just to return to the Red Plumes, work my way back up through the ranks, and get as close as I can to Chihiro and his laughing wolf, close enough to slay him.
Insight check incoming. This feels very above board. This feels the most forthright we've seen Jax in the couple of days he's been out, and also the little brief conversations we had. +7. I rolled a 19. +7, 26.
Let me see that persuasion. Or the deception.
No, I mean, would I have to roll for this? Isn't that just
no,
like I
you
tell
don't
him
have to,
information?
You don't have to roll. Yeah, you can choose to. This was an insight check, so yeah, you as Jax can choose what information he picked up on, whether he feels it was truthful and sincere, or if he noticed like facial cues that were indicating deception at any moment. You can give that information.
I think you would see this as the most like honest you've seen him. Like he's, opening up to you in a way that like would be as open as Jax could ever be with somebody. You can tell he is like telling you sincerely, like, this is what he thinks, right? This is like, he does seem different than when you first when he first like came out of Jiri, like he seems to have like remembered who he was and his task. And he might even elaborate that. He might say, like the mad wolf had a hold of me when I was inside Jiri. He was really in control, and he made me say awful things to Jiri in an attempt to get out. But, seeing my mask again, remembering who I was, I was so caught up living the life of Jax as the scoundrel that I forgotten why I had joined the Red Plumes. And it is, like I said, to kill my evil half-brother, Jahara.
So he's going to sit up, he's going to go to his pack, rummage through things. All right, give me just a second. And I'm going to go try and get the continual flame torch from Telperion without waking him.
Okay. So that would be a stealth check.
Okay.
And I'm not in a deep sleep. Remember that.
And obviously, and before you roll the stealth check, obviously as you're getting out of the room, Jax, you're seeing this. So is there anything you're doing?
Yeah, I would probably stop you and be like, I don't want the others to know. Like, this is like, the more people that know, like, and by the way, if you ever come back to Daenor, you will not see this face ever again. I must change who I am. I've exposed myself by, coming in front of the court of Corital, and announcing myself as Jax. Jahara will send assassins after me if he does hear word of this. So part of this is I don't want to associate with you guys anymore, right? I don't want that danger to fall upon you all. So I will be changing my face. And he takes the mask and he puts it on his face, and it kind of like morphs and it changes his body into like a normal kind of average looking humanoid. And he says, this is the face I will take. So if you see this in Daenor, you will recognize me. I will be going by the name of Rovin. He takes the mask off again.
Then I just have one request. If you would humor it, and I'll get out Gallus's hand axe. Do you remember watching when our friend Gallus fell?
I do recall, yes.
Do you think you could try and, on your route, just pass through Force Hollow, and if you could rest this at that site? That's where it belongs.
It'll be a little out of my way, but for you, Toby, since you were the one to help me out, I will do this. But I must have you swear that you will not tell this story to the others. I don't know. I don't care what lie you tell them or what truth you tell them, but as long as it's not my truth. Okay, then I will do this for you. And like I said, I'll do my best to send Jerry back to you all. I know he's a good friend of yours. Trust me. I don't want to hear him in my mind anymore. It's driving me crazy.
Understood.
It's like everything he says, I can hear in the back of my mind. And he never stops talking. He's telling some dumb story, his own life's tale right now.
Sounds about right. Okay. All right. I trust you.
He hands over, he gives you the water bottle, he gives you the bracers, and he's going to give you a purse of, let's say, 600 gold. The winnings from the tournament. You can leave that for Jiri. I'll take the rest of the gold that I made. Should be enough for me to get back. And I've taken some supplies from the pantry here, Jiri's pack, and I will make my way on foot. I have the Mad Wolf in control now, and so he will help me through the forest. And I have this compass as well. and I'll know which direction to go.
All right. Like I said, I don't
Alright.
think I have the right to stop you. This is your mission.
All right, Toby. Farewell. I wish you luck on your adventures.
You as well.
All right, then he's gonna sleek on out, slither his way out of the room.
You're able to do so with Toby being the most perceptive person and the other two asleep. You may hear, as your foot creaks on a board, you may hear Alfie just like roll slightly in his form, since he can never truly be surprised or caught off guard and stuff, but he doesn't leave
Alfie.
Roulette's room. But you are able to make your way stealthily out of the tree home and off to wherever now Roven plans to go.
How many characters is Tim gonna play?
Kick him out of the zoo.
I am gonna wait and listen and wait for the sound of the door closing, and then I'm gonna just try and be generally quiet, and I want to go, the things he just brought to me, I want to go and just lay them on the bed in Jax's room and just make it look like he left them there, and then I'll get back in bed and try and sleep.
Okay. Even with this new emotional stressor pressing on your mind and how to negotiate with your other two comrades what is transpiring here, you are blissfully surprised with how easy it is to fall asleep after such a physically draining day. So you are able to fall asleep. Telperion, Roulette, and Toby, you awake the following morning of Morndas, 16th of Frostfall. And we will dive into downtime activities, but I am interested in potentially RPing through this bit of information that has just gone through.
After a bio break?
But you all, yes, a bio break would be great right now. Perfect. All right, so bio break, meet back here in 5 to 10-ish, and then we'll handle first morning of and then downtime stuff. Cool.
Really pisses me off how good Tim is at being a player character.
He's so good he needs 3 of them.
introduce a new character who's also fused with the Jackson Jury, and we just didn't know it.
Yeah, he's gonna be playing the Mad Wolf. Critter's just gonna be DMing a campaign of Tim PCs.
Oh, right, I did that. That's right.
Okay. Or are you not going to?
We are not muted.
Okay.
I'm not going right now.
They can't hear.
Nah.
MK, you beat Elden Ring yet? You did?
65 hours on the playthrough. And now I'm like 2 hours in on my second.
Wait, you did beat it?
Yeah.
Did
Oh.
you? Are you doing New Game Plus or are you starting a new character?
No, I'm starting a new character because I wasn't super happy with how my build ended up. And so I didn't want to. And I know there's a mechanic that you can
Rebirth.
respec your stats.
Mm-hmm.
But no, I was just interested in starting from scratch again.
I wish you could do that to weapons too, because that's the only downfall is if you run out of like smithing stones, like you could respec your character, but like investing in a weapon also takes a lot of time.
That's why I'm like hesitant to like
Upgrade things.
upgrade my weapons, but I'm like, I have this rusty anchor. I love it. I'm just gonna keep.
If you plan on doing New Game Plus, then before you start that, make sure you go throughout the world and find all the bell bearings, because you can give them to the creepy bitch you buy stuff from at the table, and then you'll be able to buy the smithing stones. They're really expensive.
Oh.
But like Dark Souls, you could buy Titanite shards, so like you have to find the thing that then unlocks it.
Does it go
It comes
all
in
the
twos.
levels of?
It comes in twos. So you
Yeah,
give
because
her
I
an
have the
item.
first and the second, but it's like I don't like my weapons are above that
Yeah.
now, so I can't buy any
And
that I actually need.
so I know 2 of the bell bearings are pretty late game, but I think up to 6, up to the 6th smithing stone, you can kind of just go run around and find them. I don't remember where they are, but you could look it up pretty easily.
So there is a bell bearing for like level 3 and 4.
There's one for 3 and 4, one for 5 and 6, one for 7 and 8.
Okay. I definitely need to find that.
And it's for the somber stones and the normal stones. There's different bell bearings for each of them.
Shoot. Okay, yeah, I gotta find the 3, 4 then.
But those are
What was
super
your
useful.
build?
Those are super useful if you're planning to do New Game Plus, because then you can, from the jump,
Oh, Yeah.
Buy them?
all the
Buy them right away.
Um,
What was your build that you
I
didn't like?
used the halberd from the Tree Sentinel the whole game, and I really liked that weapon. I'd put too much into Faith when the weapon wasn't scaling that great with Faith. I would have been better off doing more strength, and I should have given myself more mind for the blue FP bar, because like I use the abilities of like my weapons and stuff a lot, and summoning ashes.
I just hit level 41 or something, and then I was like, I wonder what upgrading mine does. They upgraded it. I was like, oh yeah, now I can use this summoning ash that I didn't have enough FP for, because I just found this like super high one that costs like 20 more than my max.
Yeah.
What level were you at when you finished the game?
115 ish.
Okay.
Somewhere around there. I didn't beat like all of the cool bosses. There's a lot of optional cool bosses that I didn't go out of my way to find and beat. That this playthrough, I'm probably going to be more thorough.
Do you know what you're gonna do for a build this playthrough?
I'm feeling very bleedy. I'm feeling very samurai, Uchigatana.
Nice.
That's what I'm doing right now. I have dual Uchigatanas, like double bleed, because you have to start as a samurai to get 2 of them.
Yeah,
I was
because you
reading that
find
online.
one,
Yeah,
and then you start with one.
it's pretty fun. It like shreds bosses, which is nice, but it's not as good against like regular enemies.
It is so fun because I just beat Margit. Just because I kind of rushed it. I was only at like +3 on my weapon. It's just so satisfying when the big chunk finally happens.
Yeah.
I think I'm just like for the rest of the game, I'm just going full in on the not stun. What's it? The stagger. Just like staggering because I'm just like jump R2 with this giant rusty anchor, and I'm just like
you should.
Follow.
In Stormvale Castle, there's a talisman that increases your jump attack damage, and that'll lead to better staggers with jump attacks too.
In Stormvale Castle.
Yeah.
I probably have it, and I just don't know I have it.
The Claw Talisman.
Claw Talisman. Clawed or Claw?
Claw. Look at him, he's wearing green.
Oh,
I am too!
Tuesday, right?
Thursday.
I'm in front of green.
Oh, maybe I don't have this one.
I just made the fastest quesadilla of my life.
I have a question I want to ask my teammates. Like, as Mike, not as my character. You guys, should I get one of my slivers enchanted? That's what I think I want to do.
I think you should do both. I think you should.
I think at some point you're gonna have like all those weapons you have. You're just gonna have them all enchanted, right? So like, you're like leveling up all. Of them,
I think
right?
you gotta go down your priority list because the main melee sword is always probably gonna be at the top. Then I think it goes slivers. Then you would want some sort of returning throwable javelin style.
I got thoughts for that, so that's not like. The only thing is, like, if I get one enchanted, perfect, not too expensive. Like, later, if I find a cooler kind of enchantment I might want to do, like, I might want to enchant it differently, or I might just want to do both. That's such a good point. Oh, I'm so unsure. The good news is that I don't think +1/+1 weapons with nothing else require attunement.
Correct, and they still count as magical weapons, which is important.
Which is huge. Because I was hoping, like, the alacrity enchantment's amazing, but months is too long to wait, and that's too much money.
No, him saying 2 weeks and 350, I'm like, oh, so that means you could get both done. Is what my mind went to.
I had not thought about that. I literally was just thinking one. That's a really good point.
Poor Mirage is gonna have to shut down the Arcanium for a month to work on.
We're
our
his
shit.
best friends, though. We just want
Critter
to.
yeah.
Mirage is going to be pretty stretched thin this month.
Yeah. Does Mirage have any friends?
That's
you
a
haven't
deep
seen,
question. That's a deep question.
It is a deep question. You haven't seen him like engage with like a longtime friend or anything, but he clearly gets along well with the other assistants and retail employees at his Arcanium.
Again, out of character comment, I very much was trying to work my brain around how could I have angled it so I would have left the dark vision glasses on the table, but I was just like, he wouldn't have. Like, I really, really wanted to have left them on the table for Jax, though. But he wouldn't have done that, so I couldn't stretch it that way.
Oh, I wanted to give you the continual flame torch as you set out.
Both would have been cool. That stealthiness.
Super fun stuff.
God damn you, Tim. You're too good at this shit. It's so fun.
All right, I think that's all I got for out of character stuff.
Okay, well, you all wake up on Morndas, 16th of Frostfall. You are all able to rise from your beds. I don't know who's the first to stir. Probably Telperion. And Telperion, you may notice that Jax's room door is open and belongings seem to be set on his bed.
Toby, would you have shut the door or left it open?
Toby was not at Jax's door.
Well, I set it in and I
put the items on the bed.
Pulled the door too.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, Jax didn't do that. Toby
I wouldn't
did.
have shut it. I would have just like pulled it too.
I'd be waking up 4 hours before everyone else, so I don't. Can I roll perception to see if I even really pay attention to the open door? I would. I would see the open door. I'd be like, why isn't he in there? So then I'd go mess up their rest. Actually, I won't go mess up their rest. I am going to go survey the objects, and I'm literally going to do this face. He fucking left, didn't he? I knew I should have said something when he brought that fucking compass. I want to go downstairs and look about.
You're welcome to go look around. Jax
I go outside and I look around.
There. He does not appear to be anywhere nearby.
That fucking half-elf scumbag. I just stand in the front yard for a while, not sure what to do. I go inside. If I wake up the other two, it will do nothing. Let's look for a note. And I look around. I look for a note in the main area, and then I go check out the bedroom where he left the items. I look for a note there. And I assume I don't find anything.
I believe that is true.
What items are on the bed?
Water bottle, forearm bracers, bag of 600 gold.
Yeah, the water bottle specifically, I think, is the decanter, right? Is that what you were saying, Jax? Yeah, the decanter.
Well, I pocket the gold. Just kidding. I do not. Fuck. I just go sit at the kitchen table and I think for a while.
Okay.
And I just sit there thinking and waiting.
Eventually, Toby, Rama, and Roulette probably begin to stir as they wake for their morning, and if they make their way downstairs, they will see you just sitting at the table.
He didn't steal anything, did he?
How much gold would you like to bet? Would you have bet that he absconded? I mean, what were we gonna do? We couldn't keep him prisoner here.
He wanted to go.
I should have just clocked his head enough times for Jiri to come back. I could have just hit his brain directly.
As much as I agree with the intent, I don't think that would have helped.
What if we just removed the curse again? I wonder if that would have switched him back. We should have tried something.
Well, you all sit there and discuss for a period of time that feels appropriate, but there are other things that you guys feel compelled to still move on. The world revolves without Jax there.
Why
There's
did
a
he leave the
val-
gold? Sorry.
Yeah.
I want to ask them.
Was that a Tim question?
No, it's a party question. Just reflecting. Why would he have left? Why did he leave this?
Sign of good faith.
Jerry's not even here for. I mean, what good faith? And then back to what you were saying, Chris. There's nothing else.
Yeah, you guys just kind of sit in somber sighs and despair, possibly, but also like just to each their own, more power to them. But there's commitments you've made throughout the city, ventures you want to pursue, and there are larger things than Jax's absence to worry about. So you guys, perhaps reluctantly and with a different emotional mindset than you expected, but you wander into the city, and over the course of the next month pursue several various ventures that you had your sights set on. I'd like to tackle Toby Rama first. Toby Rama, you are able to meet with Mirage that morning as directed. And Roulette, when we get to yours, you can let me know if you had tagged along at this point with Toby, but we can handle that at your section. But Toby Rama, you are able to meet with Mirage, and he begins to describe to you the art form known as spell scribing, with the intent of making available scrolls of sending for the king and Korik to use, or other political figures to use in communication with perhaps Queen Elia herself, perhaps various other people they may want to kind of telepathically, but just magically reach out to long distance wise. As he teaches you things, you are learning, and you're a fairly good student and you're respectful and stuff, but his arcane mind versus your divine mind continue to, you'll use borrowed knowledge and
like
enhance
we
ability.
begin to like do the actual part of it, I'll be using those daily and whatnot.
That is very good to know, because there is this gap of understanding that his arcane knowledge, and he believes sending is something he could theoretically learn someday, but he has never spent the time to memorize that spell into his capabilities. So he is describing the process, but it's really relying on you to take your capabilities, put them in more of an arcane institutional setting, and to make these spell scrolls. So with enhanced ability and borrowed knowledge functionally giving you advantage and proficiency with Arcana, please roll for me an Arcana check for the first day.
That's so fucking cool that you can double spell yourself like that.
2d20.
Yeah, just to clarify, they're not both concentration, right?
Correct. Borrowed knowledge is not. So 2d20 plus 3. 8.
11. So you're getting it. The borrowed knowledge, you imbuing yourself with this advantage, is definitely helping you even keep up with what he's talking about. He's almost going full roulette of like the excitement of the theory crafting of how to bind these arcane symbols together. And the first day goes by relatively okay, but you haven't grasped it. You are not able to functionally make meaningful progress.
Sure.
For the second day, please repeat that same roll. Again, assuming borrowed knowledge and enhanced ability for all these. So 2d20 plus 3.
17.
17 is enough. On the second day, you beat the DC of 15. The second day, you start to fully understand it. You spend the rest of the day with Mirage, sometimes failing to do so, but that is just as valuable a learning tool as success. And so, having burned 2 days of training, you now understand the process of what it's going to take. This whole venture is being funded by the crown of the court of Cortal, so it is not costing you or Mirage anything to facilitate their value. but after 2 days, you have now learned what it takes to do to scribe spell scrolls.
Okay.
Once you have learned this, you also know that in order to use to bind the magic of sending to the arcane inks and parchment, you have to repeat this process over a number of days, and different tiers of magic require different day counts to create that spell scroll. With Mirage has other things he has to deal with throughout this month. He is not solely focused on you. He's giving guidance and tips and pointers every once in a while, but he will not have the time to facilitate these scrolls, but he will reduce it slightly. So with Mirage's help, you can make one spell scroll of sending per every 4 days you spend doing so. And again, it is free to do so, although over the course of the next month, let's say, there are functionally 7 scrolls of sending left that you can attempt. You have the time to do so. So I would like 7 Arcana checks to see if those went successfully or if complications arose.
All right, here's number 1. 20. Dirty
Success.
20. So that's 1.
For ease of understanding, DC is 13 because it is DC of 10 plus the spell's level.
Gotcha.
So as long as you are beating a 13 every time, these will be successful spell scroll creations.
1.
So that is 1.
Fail.
Fail. Something goes awry. That spell scroll kind of disintegrates on. That is a success. So that's 2 out of 3.
10.
Unfortunately, another fail. So
Okay.
2 out of 4.
2 and 2. Nice. Another dirty 20.
Yep, success. So 3 out of 5.
3 out of 5. 16. So that's a success.
Another success.
4 out
So
of
4 out of 6.
Last
So
one.
this is the final one.
Oh, they hit each other. Oh, 11 plus
And
3.
another success.
So,
So you successfully craft 5 spell scrolls of sending for use by the court. Additionally, since you were successful more than half the time, Mirage lets you know at the end of the month. Oh, well, first of all, actually give me, without borrowed knowledge or enhance ability, give me a single Arcana roll, which I believe natural 1. Okay, so you're getting in the vibe of this and you're wondering if you can get proficient at this. Unfortunately, you do need to spend additional time if you want to gain proficiency with spell scroll related Arcana. It wouldn't be just proficiency in Arcana, but for spell scrolls, reading them, creating them, you could have gained proficiency over the course of that, but unsuccessfully. It's still clumsy and you're still having to methodically follow each step so carefully, but still functionally you created 5. And again, like I was about to say, because you were successful more than half the time, per Mirage at the end of the month, he states that there is still a bit of ink and parchment left over. And you guys have been successful so far in providing the crown what they need. So if you're interested, he will give you the opportunity to make one more spell scroll, not for the crown, but a spell of your choosing that lies within your capabilities from your spell casting list. So please, yeah, this is a little bit of pressure putting you on the spot to pick a spell, but please pick a spell that Toby Rama can cast, and we will see if you are successful in its creation.
I feel like I got to do Revivify.
It will consume the diamonds.
Yes.
Yeah. And can still only potentially be read by you if you're the only one who the text will be legible for.
So no
Wait.
spell.
Is it components to scribe the spell, but not to cast the spell, or would it be components for both?
Components are baked into the parchment, so they are consumed in the creation and potentially lost if unsuccessful.
Right. But if I am successful later down the line, I can use the spell scroll
without needing diamonds. Yes.
Cool.
Nor a spell slot.
Yes, nor
That's
a spell
very tasty. I just want to double check my list.
How many diamonds is it? 50 gold worth?
300 gold.
It's a lot, but we also just got a lot of money. So
What's the 50 gold one? I forget.
diamond 50 gold.
I don't know what the
insight
50
greed.
Chromatic orb uses a 50 gold diamond.
No, I thought there was
100 gold. Chromatic orb's 100 gold.
Really?
Yeah. And it's
Oh,
not consumed. You just have to have that. But it is 100.
I feel like I'm thinking of something from campaign 2.
Does
I don't know
Chaos
what
Bolt
50
also
is.
require one? Because isn't that like the sorcerer
think
version of it?
It is kind of like the sorcerer version of it, but I don't think Chaos Bolt requires a diamond.
Yes. Revivify is what I will be doing.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Choosing Revivify, consuming 300 gold pieces. You are able to use enhanced ability and borrow knowledge on this. So go ahead and, as long as those aren't both 3rd level spells, because you have to. Borrow knowledge is 2nd level, right?
Correct.
And
Yeah,
then
and
enhance
ability are
ability
both
is second. Okay.
Yeah.
Just wanted to make sure. So you are able to bolster yourself with that, and attempt to make a that same advantage +3 Arcana check to see if you can beat DC 13 for the creation of this scroll.
Diamond worth 50.
Is for what? Chaos
Chromatic
Bolt?
orb.
Oh
Chromatic
shit!
orb.
I
That's
totally
right.
thought it was 100. I recognize. And you
18.
successfully craft your spell scroll of Revivify.
That was such a risk, but that's so fucking awesome that now you always can spend your 3rd spell slots without being so stressed.
Yeah.
Wow.
Additionally, so that completes. You are able to facilitate the creation of 5 spell scrolls of Sending for the Crown and 1 scroll of Revivify for yourself. Additionally, one of your ventures you wanted to do over downtime was paying particular attention to your half-elven companion Jax, and to your frustration, you are not able to do so because he has absconded and left the city.
I was so curious about what sort of, if there was going to be some Jiri Jax jumping in and out. I was so ready to pay attention to that, and then he's out of here.
Yep. But due to your efforts with the spell scroll, and additionally just contributing to the war effort and helping facilitate discussions or helping Beast King Mordecai and Korik or even Dinah occasionally with understanding of what you saw in Ostennis, things that might be of value to them, that fills you with a sense of purpose. And although not all the seneschals are often available, you do interact with Beast King Mordecai and Korik specifically fairly frequently, at least a couple times per week. And as you provide those spell scrolls of the long distance communication, Mordecai in turn rewards you with information he occasionally gathers of Creatia. Most notably, reminding you of his speech the other day that Olandris and Mercenia, as well as Ostennis and Cardigan Post and various other forts and mining towns, etc., are being fully occupied by Durastian forces. However, reports have recently come in that notably Atheros, one of the most southern large cities of Creatia, where a large force of Glassguard reside, has been resolute in its defense, repelling all attempts to breach its gates, and it is possibly as resolute as a stronghold as Ostennis normally would have been, although Ostennis was obviously infiltrated from within and they had sundered its defenses.
A lot of sneak attack damage.
But Atheros, perhaps because of its geographical positioning, wasn't prioritized like the invasion in Ostennis was. And maybe it didn't offer great threat to Durast's plans since such a great force of the Glassguard was in a remote location. But Atheros, notably, has stood the test of time and has remained strong in siege attempts to take it.
Okay.
So has not given into Durast yet.
Gotcha.
Additionally, the medallion you carry, you continue to experience a singing and humming and occasionally like a wailing, mournful crying in your mind. Sometimes you wonder if it's you subconsciously musing amongst your own thoughts. The humming does seem natural, almost like it ebbs and flows alongside your subconscious, dictations, but other times it departs. And it's at those times that you shake yourself and recall that these sensations seem to be coming from your attuned connection to that medallion. It occasionally grows hot, uncomfortably so, but other times falls to a dull and throbbing, comforting warmth. You're unsure of what pattern exists there and why it chooses to grow more agitated sometimes rather than others. But it never quite bothers you, it just captures your curiosity. Regardless, you can feel the strength you draw from it, certainly the magical capabilities you've been able to use from it. And although it occasionally stirs in you an anxious energy, the warmth of this gift from Gallus often brings you comfort.
I almost encourage you to shoot this down. Could I use a lucky to re-roll that Arcana check?
Sure. Yeah, you can use lucky for that failed Arcana check. Yeah.
MK, I literally had to mute because I just realized the same thing.
And I was like, don't say that.
You are much more able to learn from Mirage, and you are almost proficient with the art of spell scrying.
Okay.
It was a big first step, and the DC was fairly high. Nat 1 did not penalize you too heavily, but it is a high DC, which you still did not quite meet. But this is much closer to understanding you being proficient with spell scrolling.
Very cool. Other things, I would like to go purchase some rubies, some diamonds, and some silver.
Mirage has ample amounts of all of those, which he uses for jewelry making and crafting. So is there a particular gold amount you are trying to spend?
So I'm going to start with 600 gold worth of diamonds.
Okay.
If that's doable. Then I'll do...
He absolutely has that. He's got, a handful, like even 5 of his pristine clarity and cut diamonds facilitate 500 worth or 600 worth.
Yeah.
Unless there's a specific quantity you're looking for, but you are able to loosely gather 600 gold worth of diamonds. So definitely remove that from your inventory.
You have a jeweler's kit, right? Or like...
I can literally make one for you.
Well, no, I was wondering if I could hand you a gem and you could powder it for me.
I can make a jeweler's kit, and then I can attempt to do what you need me to do.
I won't ask that this month, but that's on my list to ask you.
Yeah, I'm assuming.
Or I can do it. But
I'm assuming crushing a diamond is not with the jeweler's kit is not.
Yeah, it's
fairly difficult.
Right, and it's functionally just like kind of filing it down over time. It's probably like a bit of crushing, a bit of filing. I don't actually know how jewelers physically powder things.
I picture like a mortar and pestle, but I was like, that doesn't make sense.
But certainly, you're right, Roulette. With your capabilities, you can craft that, and then I believe proficiently use that as well.
I don't know if I get proficiency. I'll double check because
maybe that's at level 6 or something. I forget.
I don't automatically get proficiency with it, but I can just make any set of tools using my tinkering tools. So I can I can build a set of a jeweler's kit, but I don't get proficiency with it.
Okay. So Roulette has those capabilities for sure.
I'll do 150 gold worth of silver.
Okay. Like powdered silver, just silver ingots. What are you looking for?
Just solid silver. Again, thinking that I have the ability, I can get it powdered later.
You absolutely can. I'm just curious from a mechanical standpoint, just because 150 gold worth of silver coins is 1,500 silver coins. So like, there's not like a condensed, easily available like. That's a lot of silver is what I'm getting across.
And I don't need solid
and it
silver
could be
ever.
Particularly high quality refined silver that has like less alloy imperfections in it, so maybe
I'll do powdered.
weighs less.
I'll do all of that powdered because none of my components need it.
Okay, so you'll do powdered. Okay, so that's probably like you have a container.
Sure.
Like it's probably like literally almost like a jewelry box of 150 gold worth of powdered silver.
And then lastly, I will do 100 gold of ruby dust.
you are also able to
Okay.
happily, and that is much less. That's probably like, there's no plastic Ziploc baggies, but there's like probably a really small, like leather pouch with a drawstring that's very tight and cinches tightly. That has just like, it's probably weighs like a gram, is 150 gold worth of ruby,
I'm
or
just
100 worth of ruby.
at that same exact moment, because I'm hanging out with Mirage most of the time anyway. I'm just gonna snag 50 gold of jade dust while he's
Okay.
crushing up some shit.
You're more than welcome to.
And then, final thing, if he just has a kind of a generic divination focus worth 100 gold pieces.
Interesting. What is the nature of your use for this?
It's a divination spell, clairvoyance. I need something to focus through so I can project a sentry elsewhere.
Okay, understood. This one is not familiar with, he has never cast such a spell, but I imagine if you're just looking for amplification of divination magics, you could, I have like crystal balls and such. There's also like small basins you could fill with water to reflect into, or...
I think I'll do a crystal ball.
Okay, are you interested in like an ornate one that is a little more expensive, or are you looking to stick to that 100 gold threshold?
I'd like to stick to the 100, but I also have other plans going up top, so I might be asking you about something similar again further down the road with something more ornate in mind. But for now, just a starter.
This one is more than happy to accommodate. Very well. 100 gold for a crystal ball.
Okay, now let's detract. That's everything.
Okay.
Okay, 600 plus 200 plus 150. 950. Gone.
Did that hurt?
It did, but it was worth. And then final thing.
950?
Yeah, 950.
Is that what you spent?
Yeah. And then lastly, I'm working on my chef skills with the books and whatnot when I'm not grinding out the scrolls.
Sure. Are you proficient with cooking equipment?
No, and I was kind of hoping that I could work on that because I have create food and water, so I'd like that to be something I could work on.
You can certainly acquire someone willing to teach you things as they have, but the primary time suck for your month was doing the spell scroll. So there's not ample time to learn for a second thing, but you're able to get an idea of what tavern keeps or what pub cooks and chefs could be appropriate to learn from in the future.
Gotcha.
Additionally, let's go into a different vibe here.
Dark vibe, dark vibe, dark vibe.
About 2 weeks in to your efforts, your sleep, it has been a while since that envoy of Kelmvor has made contact. And 2 weeks in, you finally drift into sleep once more, and that familiar sensation of surrounding darkness, but comforting, cool silver mists permeate the space. And the stone floor underneath you once more lurches into the air. Your knees feel like they're going to give out from the acceleration as this platform is rapidly lifted. And as a matching platform descends off in front of you, familiarly coming to even keel with yours, you see the familiar ivory robes and 6 silver mist wings stretch out from the figure ahead. They stand there silent.
I was beginning to worry. I didn't know. It's been so long.
Balance bringer. For a time now, you have traveled in wild lands with unfamiliar company, and it appears you have found purpose in your path. You move on from grief with intent to shepherd your allies away from threat of death with careful and competent judgment, wielding the divine wisdom of the eternal judge with clarity. Moreover, you now aid those around you in their goals to make right the wrongdoings of nations not their own. But what drives you, I wonder? Justice, altruism, revenge. The divine scales have undeniably shifted from the warfare of mortals in your world. But perhaps there is more to this chaos than their actions alone. The eyes of the eternal judge do not waver from you often, Ironson. Let us see if your actions stand to right the scales, or otherwise.
I will reach in the dream, if it's there, try and pull out the medallion.
You find the medallion's not there in the dream, but where you reach for it is a blazing hot sensation, kind of where your heart is. That pouch that you carry the medallion on kind of rests above your left pectoral, and you're just like, you just are feeling a sensation of heat toward your heart, but it is not physically in that space with you.
Does he know of the medallion that has come into my possession? It seems ominous.
It would appear that chaotic energies flow from that medallion. My lord was once a mortal, you know. A human, eras past. That, due to dedication of will and the championship of followers dedicated to his service, was elevated to godhood. That medallion seems to predate his ascent.
Oh.
And is thus shrouded from his vision. Once more, he relies on your judgment to make use of it how you will. Ominous, perhaps. Beneficial, perhaps as well. Your insight will prove invaluable in determining its nature.
I feel resolute in my path. And I hope to keep making our Lord proud.
We shall see. And his mists, the wing-like mist just start to disapparate slowly into the surrounding space as his form just starts to dematerialize, and his platform is rocketed up into the air, and you have a falling sensation as yours descends rapidly. And you wake that following morning more resolutely committed to helping continue your spell scribing and helping the war efforts, feeling that that is a valuable contribution you can make.
Oh, I can't wait for level 9.
4 months from
Next, let's go to Telperion. What is one of your primary focuses over the course of this month?
I have a primary focus, but I have a small little thing I wanted to do on the first day. I want to take Mirage, the slivers, and ask, would you be, you mentioned you could make these shop magically. 2 weeks you could do one, you said. Would you be able to do both in the next month?
Well, I am helping your other friend with the spell scribing, and there are other natures of the store, I can have my attendants see to most of the store, but I do like to make a appearance there as much as possible. But with the addition of a second, I may be able to coincide those in a way that does not take the entire duration of what normally would be 2. But it will require a bit more focus to make sure I can sequence that correctly. If you are willing, I would be more than happy to enchant both slivers to be functionally magically honed +1 for 750 gold over 3 weeks.
How much was it initially? 350?
Yeah.
350. So this is a little bit of an adder to do it faster and sequence the work.
Faster than 2.
Only 50 gold more, though.
Yes.
Yeah.
The extra gold to cut a week off.
I'll do it.
Very well. This one thinks it is an astute decision you have made today. Very well. Well, if you will hand over the slivers, I will get working as soon as the afternoon arrives.
Right. I will hand these over. I've done this before. I've handed over an integral part of my family's culture before to have it enchanted, and I haven't gotten that sword back. So I only want you to know that I'm handing you quite literally the most important things I possess to me, culturally speaking, just so you know.
His normally like casual, careless, charming demeanor kind of does take a slightly seriouser note, and he like gives a head nod in acknowledgement of your sentimental attachment to them. Very well. This one will not let you down. Feel free to check in on their progress every day if you wish.
Do you have any opals?
I do have many opals. This one is a jewelry maker. You do not think he would call himself such a jewelry maker without a jewel such as the opal, a magnificent, iridescent, luminous gemstone.
My favorite gemstone. How much would it cost to put an opal into each of them as you enchant them?
He kind of examines the blade, and it's just such a curved shape, and the kind of handle is just like part of that curved shape, but wrapped with leather bindings for a handle spot. But there is a small bit on the pommel where he could affix something. He's like, right here, would you want one on each? Throw in 50 more golden mirage. We'll set in there an opal that will make you proud into each sliver.
You're fancy.
Yeah, I'm fancy, sure. I just want some money. Yes, I'll do that. So
very well. This one will do so.
800 total.
800 total for 2 moonstone opal slivers enchanted to +1.
Not how I was intending on spending that money, but money well spent. Thank you, Mirage.
Yes, of course.
All right, so to business. There's 3 things I
did not mean for, sorry, hang on. I did not mean for it to keep going into such intense music. It's just
yeah, it really hyped me up.
Yeah.
Spent a lot of money.
Yep, just Coratal's theme song.
One of the first matters of business, and the one I feel most obligated to do for my people, is to start making some diplomatic connections and helping the people of Coratal see the Moon Elf neighbors in the Emerin, who they haven't often interacted with, except in negative ways, to see our people as a people, and me as kind of a liaison they could speak with. And I could start doing what I could to learn what values the people here have, ways that maybe my people could ally with them, since I'm starting to see the strategic value of allying against Durast. And for our own sake and profit of both our people. And also keeping very much in mind what King Mordecai said about wanting to forge connection, not simply for mercenary or economic profit.
Very well. So you spend time kind of working your way, perhaps through Dinah and the king, but eavesdropping and entering conversation with various political figures that may be a part of war room discussions. There are some discussions you are not authorized to be a part of, but primarily they are interested in hearing what you have to say about potentially breaking barriers between the Ithilwinge and the residents of the rest of the Emerald Forest. you consider their nation's needs, and they put such an emphasis on they would frown very sternly and potentially aggress even on people colonializing what they consider to be wild lands that not even they own. They do not consider themselves to have ownership of the lands of Chimeras, but simply dwell amongst them. They do not wish for any northern nations or Ithilwinge to push too far into the forest, taking lands and setting up cities and such in a way that would disrupt the wild landscape. So you take that as one of their primary points of emphasis. As you are interacting with various political figures in the Cor Ital political scape, do me a favor and roll an intelligence check to garner respect and a charisma check to garner trust.
No enhanced ability, buddy. I'm using them on myself.
Sure. So my intelligence check is +2. Okay. For what? So the first one's intelligence.
This is to gather respect.
14.
14 total.
Yeah.
Very well. They definitely hear your ideas for tactically why allying with the Ithilwinge may be in the benefit of Cor Ital, especially if it could mean, especially, and you get this information too, actually, that Atheros, the fort stronghold in the south of Croatia, is one of the most southernmost cities, large cities with a serious force of glass guard there. And the Ithilwinge northwestern portion of the Emerald Forest could tactically prove very advantageous to stage troops there in an effort to gather forces, lead the way to Atheros, free them of any siege-like activities, bolster strength there, continue further north to Mersenia and Ostenis. So the Ithilwinge actually, with your connections you're making here, they acknowledge the Ithilwinge as potentially a more key figure in reaching out to them, seeing if that's something they'd be amenable to, which is they're nervous about, because the Ithilwinge do not often stray from their forest or partake in conflicts that aren't relevant to their interests. But they are an unquestionable geographic ally and point of advantage. Then go ahead and give me a charisma check for trust.
I didn't say this, but I'm intimidating all of them. Just kidding.
Yes.
Since I have a +4 to intimidate. Woo! 4.
4. They are very wary of the fact that although you are proposing mechanically and tactfully, words are hard, clearly beneficial argument points, they are also just still very timid in their willingness to interact with the Ithilwinge due to Aarakocra history with their conflicts, their skirmishes, also just the nature of the Udinil having advanced toward recently the Thantawar, the Ashwood elves, having, and again, Mordecai said so far he hasn't seen anything of concern, but they have journeyed further east in the Emerald than ever before to tend to the burning of the Emerald, just that one brand new great house that has been established. And again, no room for concern, but they are just very tentative to openly acknowledge the Ithilwinge as a valuable ally in case the Ithilwinge may be seeking to benefit their own cultural strength throughout the Emerald. So you haven't won their trust, but you have brought up points that are very clearly of benefit to them.
Okay.
As well, give me an insight check as well.
He's so wise.
No, not 5.
5. So negotiating with various political figures, at least in Cor Ital, there are bastions of dens, and the title of bastion generally designates a high-ranking position that can vary from individual to individual. There's no clear list of responsibilities assigned to one bastion. One bastion may be very different than the next, but you do, with a low insight check, you do gather 2 figures of some sort of note. There's Bastion Gendry who is a Loxodon gentleman,
Yeah,
and
he's-
Yep.
Thank you.
Bastion Gendry is a Loxodon gentleman, and Bastion Jiraka is a hobgoblin woman. Which is also interesting that these people very clearly are consider bugbears and hobgoblins as Villian. You haven't seen any goblins so far, but unsure if that type of goblinoid is included in the Villian umbrella. But hobgoblins certainly are prevalent throughout the city. Those two members seem to do most of the talking in general circles. They seem to perhaps have heightened respect from other houses, and they are often at odds with each other as well. Gendry sometimes is reluctant to offer aid, but kind of masks that with cheery charm, whereas Jiraka is interested. She's more bitter and cold, but she is interested in breaking this pattern of Villian-Udinil relation throughout history. So although she is maybe more off-putting and cold in her demeanor, she is slightly more interested in providing aid to Creatia. So those are two members that you get a little bit of beat on.
Excellent. Thank you.
Then that takes, you are doing this every day and it takes a couple hours, but it's not a task that requires your entire day every day. What is another adventure you're pursuing in downtime?
I am absolutely spending a lot of time thinking about my martial abilities and then the new psionics that have developed very rapidly. I've been training for a long time. I should do my voice. I've been training for a long time without having the powers because it was theoretical. And so now I like Dinah a lot. She made an impression on me of the three seneschals. So I'm going to be trying to spend some time in the not Den Ferris, but this spot right south.
Den Obsidia.
Den Obsidia. Really trying to hone and increase the flow between my martials and my psionics. And I'm also, curious and entertaining some sparring matches. Spending some time meditating. Definitely one of the things I'm really sick of having to try to do and not do well is the quick toss. But then I'm going to just be seeing kind of where my disposition lies with the new psionics developing. Like, am I having success trying to pull the weapons back? If not, just trying to kind of see as I spend time with these powers where that takes me.
Understood. So at because Dinah's a busy woman, she kind of designates, that's not the word.
And my friend Sora, I'm hoping she's around.
Yeah, and Sora is definitely around. You see her every once in a while through Den Obsidia as she makes various reports, but she is also outside of the city sometimes in surrounding forest landscapes with different TerraCore crews. But one of Dinah's lieutenants, Captain Esme, Dinah designates for you as what she believes to be a great sparring partner for you. Esme is a Leonin woman, lioness figured Leonin, who oversees a band of scouts, the band of scouts that Sora herself belongs to. She has, as you kind of start to get a feel for her sparring techniques, she moves with very strange movements that are kind of difficult to predict. Definitely a very different, jarringly so, fighting style than yours.
That's not for you. Well, sorry.
Sure. Yeah. But she also, her weapon of choice is, she has these strange iron-like contraption bracers on her arms, and primarily she uses her claws for combat. But there is a bar, a small cylinder, or not an arc, a curved bar that goes across her hands that connects to these. And so primarily she fights with her claws, but if the need arises for needing to penetrate the magically resistant hides of monsters, she depresses her hands and silver knives poke out from each one. Silver for monsters, claws for otherwise. and she begins to train with you. And you work on incorporating your natural sword forms and adapting them as necessary with your rapidly burgeoning psionics. And as you do so, another challenge starts to frustrate you a little bit. The martial forms of the Crescent Knight's sword and sliver combat are examples of fluidity, clearly. But as you rehearse them more and more, getting more natural with the mingling the sword with the subtle psionics, you get a little irritated with the fact that the forms are fluid in theory, but they don't automatically account for various fighting styles of different cultures. The way Esme moves and fights constantly causes you to throw yourself off balance slightly in attempts to exert telekinesis on her. And you recognize in this moment that fluid weapon work can only find success if your very way of thinking stays fluid as well, adapting to unique circumstances instinctively instead of slowing your moves with the intentionality of thought. Each week you spend, because the negotiation diplomatic connections are taking place here and there throughout the month, but each week I want you to designate a focus for that week, and we will see how successful that goes. So in week 1, training with Esme, what is your primary martial focus that you're working on?
Oh, we gotta get this quick toss out of the way. But is that psionic? I feel like that's different than what you're talking about.
You're welcome to focus on psionics here or focus on a quick toss. You're just the various things on your list. Prioritize one for me and we'll tackle that first week. If it's successful, great, we'll move on to the next one. If it's not, you may consider doubling down the next week or moving on to something else. We will go week by week through your kind of list of priorities and see if those resolve successfully or not. And it is possible they don't, but
Reminder that
True.
Mirage has your slivers as he's enchanting them.
I was thinking about that.
he does. And so you may also find irritation that you're not able to work with your slivers, but you can borrow a dagger to, accomplish the same quick toss, getting used to that motion.
I think so. For this whole time, I'm just not going to be using my shield because I'm just done with the shield, and I know that I need to be getting back to my two-handed, the flexibility of that. So my shield's totally not in the factor here. I think. Oh god. One thing I'll get to the quick toss later because I'll get to that later because maybe I'll save it for the end when the slippers are done. I want to focus on my movement and seeing if I can I'm striking and I'm kind of struggling with what you said. So I want to just be seeing if I can use my telekinetic powers to help maneuver my body around better when I'm, especially with my weight and my strength and trying to get to someone who's a little bit too far or just trying to dodge out of the way a little bit. I don't really know what mechanic I'm asking for, but I know that I can push other people, and I'm curious how I can use my powers on my own. And when I use the strike, sometimes it's strength in the blade, so I'm trying to think more movement based and defensively, how I can use my powers to augment my movements.
Understood. Make an intelligence check.
Oh, I hate making these. It's just a +2.
Natural 1. You are, the first week of training goes by, as you said, frustratingly, because not only is adapting your sword forms to account for Esme's strange movements that you haven't seen fighters use, it's also, like you're saying, you're trying to push her and you're falling off balance, and you almost start to try and correct your own momentum, trying to see if there's any way you can reach around telepathically in the space around you to create momentum by pushing off nothing, just pushing on yourself to adjust. But you are not finding success with that in the first week.
Creating your own leverage. That's a cool concept.
For the second week, are you interested in doubling down and diving into that same tactic? Okay, go ahead and roll one more intelligence check. DC has reduced slightly because you have spent a week on it.
11
is enough. You do find a sense of, now 2 weeks have gone by. You're getting an eye for Esme's movements. You're understanding how to account for her fighting style, but that doesn't necessarily help you keep your sword play fluid for all various sword fighting styles or any martial forms throughout the world, and it's just a little overwhelming to think that to be a master Crescent Knight, I have to like instinctively adapt to everyone without slowing my movements because I'm thinking about things too much. But you do start to, as you throw yourself off balance here and there, you are able to prevent yourself from falling over in certain instances. You do find an enhanced sensitivity to the space around you. Almost like telekinetically, you can sense like a fluid to the air around you that you can functionally push off of. I will say mechanically, because this may come into play more cleanly in a future level, but in this moment, you learn that if you choose, it's not hugely advantageous, but if you choose to expend a psionic die, you can increase your movement speed by 5 feet in a turn. Not hugely advantageous necessarily. It's a big resource to use on such a small thing, but you are getting a sense of using your psionic reserves to propel yourself in subtle directions. For week 3, is there anything in particular you are hoping to pursue?
I guess quick toss, because I don't have any other ideas.
Okay.
And then next week you'll be able to work on it with the slivers.
So, Crit, here's my question.
That's
I
true.
had said 1/3 thing. I think at this point, like I'm entering 3rd week. So I'd said a 3rd thing, which was visiting with an herbalist and potentially training a little bit more.
Sure.
So do I have the option of kind of just sticking with this and doing 4 weeks of this, or
100%. You're 100%. You are choosing basically, do you want to keep doubling down on martial, or do you want to sacrifice a week or 2 to go herbalism? Definitely your choice.
Okay. I'm probably going to. I'm definitely doing a 3rd week of this. Let's try to get quick toss ironed out. Actually, you know what? I'll save that for the 4th week with my slivers because I want to be true to them. I'm just gonna write off the herbalist, which I feel stressed about.
That's okay. So here you're working on quick toss 4th week. So what's 3rd week?
This is a weird thing to say. Do you have any ideas necessarily of like?
So some things you've listed are trying to lift heavier things with Kair or propelling objects at quick speed, like you've seen Roulette accomplish arcanely.
That one.
Okay. So you want to use your psionics to more quickly accelerate objects.
Yeah, like when I pick up something and move it, I tap it into them. Like there's not a lot of force to it. So yeah, I want to start like, so I picture it with what I'm doing is, I am really excited. I'm noticing like with this, like I'm using my favorite sword and like I'm learning how to maneuver a little better around her. And now that I feel like I've got that down, I feel like there's like just debris in the way. And so I feel like I'm starting to like her too. And so like I'm gonna start trying to mess with her. And I'm gonna I feel like I've been casually trying to like tap her with a rock here and there to like just throw her off balance. But like I'm gonna be trying like to do it better.
To whipping things. Okay. Yeah. Make another intelligence check.
Oh my god, a 6.
You are unfortunately not finding success with accelerating your psionics in that way. You do feel like this is getting more and more natural though. So it doesn't feel like you're lifting heavy things when you're lifting rocks and stuff. It just feels like you're flicking a finger and it's just happening. It just feels more and more natural, but you're not able to catapult or accelerate objects into people yet.
Okay.
And now week 3 completes. Mirage returns to you 2 twin slivers in +1 enchantment, which I can create those in D&D Beyond, and we can add that to your stuff.
Can you name them for me? Because I've named them.
Oh, yes, I will name them. Yeah, just send me a text for what that is.
I want to say it right now because I'm excited.
Sure.
Their names are Wax and Wayne.
That's dope.
That's really fucking cool.
It's Wayne as in Wayne's World.
Yeah. Shut up. You ruined everything in my life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wax and Wayne with a Y.
No.
But that is super cool. That's amazing. Yes, if you want, he can, in a language of your choice, inscribe their name, etch their name into the pommel where the beautiful opal is set into each.
Oh my god, yeah. And Elvish.
The drip is insane.
So you have those,
just
and now
wait.
you can pursue your final 4th week of martial forms. Are you looking to propel stuff quickly, or are you working on quick toss?
You gotta
I
try
do
'em
the
out.
quick top.
You gotta
What?
try them out.
I gotta try them out.
Mhm.
All right, Esme, here's the deal. I have these weapons. Look how ferocious they are. I want you to be on guard because I'm going to be chucking them at you. No more rocks. Get ready.
Very well. We haven't been holding punches all month, so I don't expect us to start now.
I think a bit of blood flows down from my eyebrow as she says that. All right.
Oh yeah, she almost like, wait, were you holding punches?
There's that strength-based intimidation.
Amazing.
So that happens, and she's like, sounds good, I'm ready for a challenge. And otherwise, you swing twice with your sword and reach for your thing. Go ahead and make an attack roll with advantage,
Okay.
not disadvantage.
Oh. All right. It's your gemstone and my opalite. So attack roll, so +8.
With these, if it's +4, +3, +1, yep, +8.
A 15 +8. 23.
Since you reach down, and with a speed you have not been able to accomplish, just finally muscle memory has kicked in, and it just sinks into her like a pauldron of her heavy plate armor, and like sinks her in, it like takes her back, and she feels like, oh shit, but it hasn't like direly gravely injured her. But you have successfully finally gained the ability to quick toss. Now, quick toss as a feature is a maneuver available to battle masters, and it requires superiority dice. You don't have that level of access to it because that is reserved to classes who have doubled down on that subclass with their resources. However, you can use quick toss. I mean, I don't know that there's a good rationalization for this in world, but mechanically, you can use quick toss once per short rest, and you do not get to add like a superiority die to the damage because you don't have any superiority die, but you can successfully do that once per short rest.
Okay. Wow. Very cool.
Is that like a bonus action attack?
Yeah.
It is.
Very cool.
And does not require an attack first. You can do anything with your action and then throw that, and the draw is part of that bonus action. So it's all one draw, bonus action, attack for free. Now with any weapon function, any thrown weapon, not just slivers, daggers, you can do that with a javelin. You're used to the muscle memory enough.
Cool. So drawing, yeah, that sounds good. I'll have to work.
Even pulling through your quiver of Alana, you can reach back, throw in one motion as that bonus action. That's allowed.
Yeah, very cool.
So,
very dope.
So your kind of mechanical benefits are psionic die to increase your speed by 5 feet, and quick toss is now available to you once per short rest.
And then one note I'll make for myself is I've started the journey of catapulting. We'll just that'll be the word I default to. Okay, just because that'll probably be, now that my pet project of the quick tossing is done, with short rest or whenever we have downtime, I'll probably be working on that one. Okay.
Awesome. And otherwise, that will conclude. Oh, that's right. Go ahead and do that.
Over the course of the month, I'll go to Toby. So Toby, you've been casting that sending spell quite a bit, right?
Yes.
On one of the days where you haven't expended all your magical energy on it, I would have a message from my sister.
Absolutely.
And I'm hoping you could send it to her.
Absolutely.
So she is my twin. You've never met her before, but you know me. Picture someone equally, like, I'm gorgeous, right? But she's a woman. Her hair, she has dark hair, unlike me. Kind of unique that way. Didn't know if you knew. But I just really need to talk to her. And so I don't know. Could you send her this message for me?
Of course.
Okay. Can I just read it to you?
Yeah.
Okay. Sister, I speak through a friend. I'm safe in Chimeras. How are things among the Nimberthil? Durast has invaded Croatia. I fear for the Emerin.
Okay. I will cast that on, let's say, a day off from a failure day or something of spell scribing.
Sure.
Minerva Loonsong of House Nimberthil. She's in the Emerin Forest, northwest of here.
Northwest of here.
A little bit north, very far to the west. Yeah.
Okay.
Toby Rama, as you mutter the incantation of creating this long distance connection, you say the words, trying to reach out, and the spell slot is expended, but you do not hear back.
And even to other planes of existence. But if the target is on a different plane, there's a 5% chance it doesn't arrive. Okay. I don't know how long they have to reply, but she didn't say anything back if she heard it. There's a chance I'm not familiar enough with her. I would have thought a twin sister would get me there, but perhaps not.
She might. I don't, like you said, maybe she knows that she has some more time, and she could be suspicious. She also, depending on how they're feeling about me right now, she might want to consult with her parents first. So let me know if she at any time reaches back out to you.
Of course.
All right.
Okay.
See,
That will then conclude Telperian's month-long activities. Toby Rama, you do not hear from Minerva after any undisclosed period of time. And sorry to Tim for hanging in there a little longer, but then we will do roulette next.
All good.
He's got Griff to play with.
Oh yeah, dude, he's going crazy. He's looking out the window right now.
So roulette,
Hi.
what is your first primary venture here over the course of this month you guys are in Corital?
The very first thing, mostly because I want to make sure I am on the king's good side and doing what I promised first. I am not actually creating anything. I am coming up with plans for what I'm calling the Kirsan Thumpers, which is basically just a way for anyone who reads these plans to then create tools that can then replicate what I did to distract the bullets outside of Kirsan.
Yep. Understood. So you create that. Give me this isn't even really a tinkering because you know how to do it. It's creating schematics for others to follow. Give me a general intelligence check for your creation of those schematics.
I have a question, and I don't want to abuse this. During my review of spells that I magic that I know and understand how to do for the combat, I realized that I had a specific spell similar to something that Toby did, where he just on a whim gave himself I really know how to do this, and I have this spell. I have enhance ability.
Very cool.
So I don't want to abuse it too much, but for
that's very fair game, especially day by day. This is a lot of downtime we're covering very quickly, so 100% that's that's above board. Go ahead and roll this with advantage.
Yeah. Okay. And it was an intelligence, right?
Yes, intelligence check with advantage.
Did it go? Oh, yeah.
Yep. 16's good enough. You feel very. It's almost frustrating to dumb down or make simple and concise your understanding of how to create it, but you do feel like you have made easily readable schematics to the lay person of how to go about what your goal is here. So you have created schematics for the Thumper. What's your next step with that?
So I am going to fold it up, and I'm first going to check in with Korik to confirm that the Oricaba is not a malicious crime lord type business bureau thing. I want to make sure they're probably charging people prices for shit and everything for the merchants and everything, but I mostly just want to make sure it's not a well-known evil group.
Korik, and I'm not going to do this in NPC voice necessarily, but Korik will confirm that the Oricaba has never been known. There's been no evidence of any foul play or them abusing their power in Kirsan, but take this how you may, they're straight up, and no one knows who the leaders are, the three eyes of the Oricaba. Theoretically, no one knows who they are. They're straight up capitalists. So capitalism is a system, whatever, but like that is what they are. They're neutral, kind of. They're like, if people want to be entrepreneurs and set up shop here, they need to pay a tithe to us so that they can use our city, our hub, to facilitate their mercantiles. But no, you do not get the sense from Cork that they're malicious or ill-doing.
Yeah, they're like an Apple or a Google or an Amazon.
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, I will.
But a little more shrouded in mystery, but yes.
I will fold up the plans. I will fold up that letter that I sent you that I wrote.
Yes.
And I will head to Den Obsidia to ask them to send it to like P.O. Box Oricaba in Kherson.
So when you arrive there, one of the attendants of the aviary that you're hoping to get to, which you had previously successfully sent a letter to your parents the previous day, I believe, or 2 days ago, I forget. But they say, they almost laugh in understanding, not condescendingly, but just in like, I understand the situation going on here. There is no formal way for us to reach the Oricaba. You generally need to contact someone or have an ally of them or an employee, shall we say, of them deliver the letter. So you would need to find someone that has been in contact with the Oricaba's leadership in order to facilitate your letter's delivery. They have nowhere to send that. They could send it to Kherson, but they have no specific person to send it to that could accomplish your goal.
Okay.
But you may know of people that have done business there that may be able to facilitate that.
Oh.
Gotcha. Okay, perfect. Upon hearing that, I'm going to head right to Mirage's.
Sure. Yeah.
And I will attempt not to interrupt whatever spell scrolling is happening. But two things, and we don't need to RP it too much. One, I'm going to specifically ask Mirage, someone who has done some notable business at his mobile arcanium in Kherson. Hey, do you know someone who knows a friend who has an acquaintance in the Oricaba who you might be able to deliver this to?
How about this, my friend? I will do you one better. Step into this back office with me for a moment, if you will.
Your business.
He will lead you into his personal office study, and he will pull out a slate from under his desk. It looks like kind of heavy, and there's like runes etched into the whole top of it. He's like, would you wish? I am not perhaps at this moment available to make known to you one of the contacts I work with. However, would you like me to have this letter delivered right now?
A delivery would be the best thing. I don't need to know who it's going to. My name's on this letter, and to assure you, there's no ill will. This is very much an olive branch. But yes, if you could deliver that, that'd be wonderful.
I understand. He takes your letter, presses it to the slate, and actually takes his own stamp and seal, pours a tiny bit of wax and seals it with his own seal, just so they know where it's coming from. And he mutters an incantation, and as he's doing so, and it's taking form, he says, there's this wonderful old scholar named Galder, who I have just adored his work for a time. And over the course of the next couple seconds, a torrent of not volatile and wildly destructive, but still like blows your hair back, wind just apparates, and then this, like, it's almost invisible, but it is kind of able to see the shifting of the wind in this space in front of you. I call this a speedy courier. He will be able to take your thing where it needs to go. You know where to go, my friend. And he hands the letter over, and then in a disapparition, the wind just, your letter and it disappear.
Oh
you should be, I would think, be contacted within the next couple of days for response.
Amazing. Mirage, thank you so much. And actually, a request from you. This, I don't mean to assume, but this is your like workspace, right?
Yes, of course. This is where your friend's slivers are right over there. I haven't finished enchanting them yet, but this is where I do some of my commission work.
Where the metaphorical magic happens.
Yes, of course.
I'm wondering, and I hope I'm not presuming too much. We're going to be, I know you've already started working with Toby, but we're going to be in Corital for at least a few weeks, and I've got a couple of things I'm trying to work on. I don't really have a facility to work on it back in the treehouse where we're staying. Would you mind, and I fully promise to repay you for any materials consumed or anything like that, would you mind if I camped out in a corner over here just to have a desk in a room used by a like-minded individual like you?
I am a bit stuck in my ways when it comes to my own office. I don't know that I want you poking around here. However, there is an unused space right over next door that I could make available for you to. You could come in at your leisure every day, and as you said, yeah, especially if you are willing to pay for components you need to use, etc. We can make those available to you for the right price. And but yes, we can put together a temporary workspace for you.
Of course, that would be much appreciated, and great. And I will dump all my tools on a desk that he assigned to me.
Much less lavish than his personal study, but still functional.
Yeah, I'm mostly doing it so that I can ask him questions at random times.
Yeah.
Not bug him full time though. Second thing I'm working on is the cloak.
The cloak. So
Mysterious cloak.
You feel confident that you have the majority of the enchanting materials necessary for construction of this item, and for the first time, you have unaccosted time available to put toward this pursuit. The only thing you seem to be missing are a couple of, shall we say, elemental charged flora that you know to be available in a nearby herbalist shop. So if you're willing to buy 50 gold worth of those, I believe it's Charseed, Frostbloom, and I forget what the other one, I think they're listed on the thing. If you're willing to buy 50 gold worth of that stuff, then you can proceed with your enchantment project.
Oh, wait a second. So, Charseed, Frostbloom, and Shockgrass was the last one.
Shockgrass, yes. Yeah, so just kind of difficult to gather, but not super rare, but it will be to get enough of what you need to grind into that paste. You will need quite a bit of it, and roughly 50 gold worth. It doesn't really say that on there, but...
Yeah. Definitely buying it. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I wanted. No.
In case Telperion asks you of the herbalist you went to, there's no name for the store. Someone kind of points you in a direction. It's a turtle named, as he would say, Aurelius Braxton von Curacao Dreckenberg the Seventh.
Oh my god,
but my friends usually just call me Seven.
I'm so sad I didn't hang out with him.
I just realized I never added the 600 gold, so I'm very happy with my
do that. Yeah, do that.
Perfect. I will chat up Seven. Shit, is there anything else I wanted? No, I'm not.
Very, like, as far as turtles go, where they have like just such dense shells, like short heads with no long necks, and just like such wrinkled amphibious features. This one has like a longer, like tan yellow neck that like has a rounder oval head. He just like looks a little different than most turtles, but is very friendly.
I love him. I am in love with Seven.
I'm so sad.
I'll buy the materials for it, and I'm gonna keep him in mind because I might want more stuff from him. But period.
Otherwise, you are welcome to pursue the enchantment of what you intend. At the end of it, which is functioning as the whole process of how smoothly it has gone, please give me an Arcana check And if you have been doing enhance ability every day, you can give yourself advantage on this.
I'm jealous of you guys.
As well as your arcane weapon spell, which is required as part of the enchantment process, which is listed there in the recipe thing.
Advantage plus 8.
Nat 20, I did not think that would happen. So just so you know, I had Arcana check, like a complication would arise from a check of 1 to 9, as expected of 10 plus. Because you rolled a nat 20, which I literally have in my notes, not only is the adventure successful, smooth, and exactly how you did it, but something happens when it all coheses. And there's an additional effect available to the cloak.
Holy shit. Holy shit.
I'm never gonna get this cloak, am I?
While attuned to this cloak, in addition to the normal effects that you know to be listed out there,
Naturally.
in addition, this is for roulette, which I know we've said and you chose variety over potency, so that functionally, when injured or attacked, I can't remember the exact language of it, but when attacked, you can, from melee though, instead of injured like range, like hellish rebuke.
Hold on. Can we pause that for a second? Can we do that description after I give it to him?
100%. But the additional effect I'll just say here is, while attuned, the wearer has a movement speed increased by 5 feet permanently. which is not maybe it's the nature of your help with Gene and you not knowing how to enchant thing. This is your first heavy duty enchantment custom, and something happened and it worked better than expected. The normal effects as expected and plus 5 movement speed.
Really cry.
I feel like you're crying right now.
That is literally in my notes as if a nat 20, it has an additional advantage of gaining 5 feet. That's insane. I was really hoping for a 1 to 9 because the complication was fun.
No, you can tell us later. You're leaving right now?
I might not.
Oh.
2 weeks go by and you successfully craft the item, which in D&D Beyond is all I've made is your Tinkerton schematic for Great Ward, which lists the item, but we'll make a separate item for this actual cloak.
Like the second that it's functional, I guess the second that it's functional, I put it on and I attune it to myself to make. Obviously, I have to test run this thing immediately, and the second that I feel it work really well. Do you want to just go feed him?
Yeah. Well,
just go feed him, and then we'll come back to you really quick.
But yeah, as you put it on and attune to it, it's a thick fucking cloak. It's a beautiful silk cape that is forest green on the outside and silvery on the inside, but it's adorned with so many feathers of griffins that the down alone is just weighing it down. As you attune to it, it feels like it just loses its weight and doesn't weigh you down, and you feel like your step is a little quickened.
Perkier. While we're waiting for Mike, other just quick things on the checklist. I do want to officially do the grappling hook thing inside of Alfie. So I'm going to take the 3 individual metal hooks and make it into just a 3-pronged reverse of my fingers. I can't do that. Grappling hook affixed to a rope, affixed to a launcher, essentially.
Like a motor affixed to a system that'll eject it quickly at theoretically enough velocity to get it long range-ish. Or at least the length of 50 feet of the rope, let's say.
He's essentially turning into the hamster from Overwatch.
Yes, he is Wrecking Ball. Go ahead and roll tinkering check. So that's, in this case,
sleight of hand.
It is. I think we're going to do this intelligence-based because it is taking what you learned from your mace head motor, the arcane motor you made there, and doing a more industrial version of it. Let's do tinkering based off intelligence plus proficiency,
which means you have advantage.
So it's Arcana.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which Yeah, if you cast that again, it can be advantage. That's fine. 20, you succeed. You have a fixed. Yeah.
Just for the sake of this month, I'm only using enhance ability for intelligence. So if there's any physical or mechanical things I'm doing for dexterity, I'm not switching it. Just to
Got it. But yes, with the 20, you very competently affix a thing to Alfie, which would probably require his action to use. So you can command him to do so as a bonus action. But this is now a new Alfie action, is eject grappling hook. So functionally we'll treat it like a regular attack roll for like aiming.
I imagine it's just like throwing, like he's trying to throw something. Yeah. Perfect. Would I know where? I'm assuming I know where Telperion is. You were sparring with Esme.
I mean, I hang out in the house every night.
And every night you guys come back together. So
no, middle of the day. I'm running.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm at Den of City.
I'm running out of. Do you live outside?
No, he's outside.
Oh, I run out and I run to Den of Cydia, find you sparring with Esme, and I'm like, cloak is just like flapping in the wind, and I'm like, Telperion! And as soon as you see me, hit me!
I throw a dagger at you because I don't have my slivers.
No, I'm right next to you.
Oh,
I'm screaming, hit me. And
I swing at you with the blade of Lucid.
Make an attack roll. Well, you can let it automatically hit you, so then you can do the thing. Yeah. Telperion, I need you to immediately make a dexterity saving throw.
Bad at those.
Good.
3. It's a 4 altogether.
What happens, Roulette?
Can I just click this?
You might be able to.
Yes. You as even like just mid swing, the cape, I just like swing it forward a little bit. It flares up and just like fire bursts out at you, and you take 7 points of fire damage. What did you roll to attack? I'm assuming you hit me.
I mean, you said
I let it hit me, and I take whatever.
Yeah.
Hopefully you didn't crit. And I'm just like, I'm staring at your like ashen hair as you just like gotten burnt, singed a little from it.
I did block 5 of the damage.
You still got a little burned.
Yes, I did.
So I borrowed your cape a couple of weeks ago.
I didn't want to ask.
I've been working on it.
I thought you ruined it.
So no, I ruined part of the feathers, but most of the feathers are fixed. And I take it off, and I'm starting to unattune to it. And before you, an ankle-length cloak adorned fully with the feathers of the griffins that we slayed. The black, gray, and white feathers now shimmer with an iridescent light, like a reflective metallic rainbow reflection. Even while holding the cape still, light seems to ripple and reflect in waves across the feathers. Beneath the feathers, on the green outside of the cloak, you can make out runic symbols for different elements woven into the actual cloak itself. As the cloak moves, you notice some barely perceptible bursts of fire and lightning and frost crackling across the feathers, leaving the feathers undamaged. Oh shit, I was supposed to read that first. So I'd said this to you in the past, and I was like, for new inventions, and Roulette is like the most animated you've ever seen her. For new inventions and stuff, my dad always said, it comes from 3 things. It comes from past stuff you've made. They don't just pop out of it anywhere. So past stuff you've made, observations and different insights about stuff you're working on. So past stuff I've made, you've seen my flail. I can do all this elemental shit on it. Observations. If you remember, Jiri, anytime he ever got hit, would just like automatically just like hurt who's ever attacking him. And then insight, you like to get right up in people's faces and get attacked. So kind of like all 3 of those things combined, I made this thing. And if you remember, I was always with Alfie. Dad always said you gotta name your invention. So this is specifically in my notes, the GR8 W Alpha RD, which I know back in Ostanis you left your great sword. So I hope in the meantime this great ward at least fills part of that hole. The GR specifically stands for Griffin's Rebuke is your cloak.
So you can add, well, once we create it exactly, because I want to use the description given by Steve, which was so beautiful. We will make the Cloak of Griffin's Rebuke available in D&D Beyond, which Telperion can add to his inventory.
So, and I will explain to you functionally, when a creature within 5 feet of you makes an attack roll against you, whether they hit or miss, you can use your reaction to expend one of the 3 charges to force them to make a DC 15 Dex saving throw. They take 2d6 of your choice, fire, lightning, or cold, or half as much on a failed save.
And your movement is increased by 5
And
feet.
your movement is increased by 5 feet. Enjoy! And I run back to Mirage's.
I don't say a word the whole time. I'm just holding this cape, like, too stunned to say it or do anything.
Amazing.
Then I put it on.
You are welcome to. I just described this for Steve when he was attuning to it as a test run, but this is a heavy cloak. It's a thin Stella silk is the elven make of the cloak itself, which is light, but with the fixation of all the griffin feathers, that down really gives weight to it. But as you attune to it, it just feels like it becomes weightless, and you definitely feel like your steps are quickened. So you now have that, and we can get you attuned to that as soon as the session concludes.
That's why you failed your week 3 check, because you were too
Literally.
ready with this to focus.
Yeah, I'm like, all right, Esme, I gotta go. I gotta think about this.
Yep.
Oh my god.
Perfect.
Through my checklist.
Also,
yeah.
Well, so during the second week, Roulette, actually, like right around the time this has been created by you,
Do I have mail?
You do have mail. Someone from the Terrorcore comes and delivers to the tree home. I've got a parcel for Roulette Tinkerton, and you are able to read the response, which I'm just going to post here. As soon as I can.
I'm assuming this is an Oracaba one and not my parents.
Correct.
Okay.
Oh.
It reads,
Oh my god.
Ms. Tinkerton, I write to you on behalf of the second eye of the Oracaba to inform you that we both acknowledge and appreciate your application to engage in business with the establishment. You may be surprised to know that your reputation precedes you, as word of the Udnil victors of Frostfall's gauntlet at Goldmaw Gorge has traveled rather quickly. Your status as a Udnil foreigner is curious, certainly not warranting immediate rejection or dismissal, but perhaps demanding due caution. Entrepreneurs of Udnil nations have attempted to infiltrate and assault the assets of the Oracaba in decades past, and we must proceed with the utmost discretion. That notwithstanding, your designs of the so-called thumper contraption certainly look promising, and there would certainly be a valuable market for such a device. Though it would pose a challenge to efficiently produce said design and make available to the masses at a cost that would not deter the common consumer. Production efficiencies aside, the schematics are duly appreciated as a gift that Oracaba will graciously accept. The device may prove a boon to the safety of Kirsans, consumers, and otherwise. Regretfully, the Oracaba cannot at this time make a commitment to any nature of contract or agreement, though you may have succeeded in wedging your foot in the proverbial door. It is our professional recommendation that you commit yourself to further honing your craft and resubmit another design to the attention of the Oracaba that proves undeniable commercial value with minimal financial liability. For further consideration, the Oracaba would of course take into account a writ of approval from no less than 2 reputable financial establishments of commerce or production throughout Chimeras. Should you meet these criteria in the future and make contact once more, we will consider making known to you the identity of one of our many discreet liaisons who can act as a point of contact for future negotiation and mask-willing contractual agreements. Golden regards, and embossed as a signature is their insignia, which is a golden inked circle, like a golden coin with 3 eyes on it.
Interesting.
And you gain with that establishment 1 point of renown,
Nice.
which is just a baby step, but important for future interactions. I believe you were all, yeah, what else is on your list? I have a couple items on here in case you weren't sure.
I'm gonna keep running through it. I'm definitely going to go. I'm gonna find a second workshop. I'm gonna go to Steamfang Forge and just chat up Morrow Steamfang. I'm going to specifically bring Alfie and just like show him off. I don't need anything specific from him, but I need a blacksmith's shop to work at. So I'm going to hopefully ingratiate myself with Morrow Steamfang, compliment him on the beautiful sword that he made that we won, and politely ask if I can use his facilities occasionally.
As you approach him, he does welcome you in, but he is much less talkative and amenable in just general personality than forge workers you've experienced in the past, smiths. He is just a towering 6'8", muscular as fuck, red dragonborn man with a deep, guttural, growling voice, and he doesn't talk very often, but he is... Make a persuasion check to see if, although you are Udinil who won the gauntlet, he is impressed, certainly, but let's see if you are able to persuade him into allowing his facilities for use.
Now, listen. I appreciate that you ventured into the gauntlet, but I got work to do here. Your sphere thing is interesting, to say the least, but it's above my intelligence level. I'm good at my craft and my craft alone. I don't think I am interested in you to know poking around my shop without getting to know you more. Perhaps we can over the next month, but I don't think I have the space right now for an apprentice working in our shop.
And you get an insight, even without insight check. He's not being rude. He's just not interested.
Yeah. A nice let me down. I appreciate that. And apologies for any imposition. I do hope to see you around at some point. I might have a project or something that I do need to hire you for, but much appreciated. Thank you. I will retreat, and I will that night probably just try and set up some sort of kiln in the tree home.
Okay. I'm going to say that's going to be a bit of a time venture. So, yeah.
Trying to think if there's anything specifically I need to heat. No, nix that. I'm gonna set up a mini, like, just metalworking workshop in the house that does not require anything big or specific.
Okay, that's very fair. Yeah. I don't know if you're willing to put some gold into it, you could enhance the quality of what that workshop is, but functionally you can gather stuff to make a makeshift metal workbench and stuff for little to no cost.
No.
Okay, so
no.
You just kind of scrap some things together, just wooden workbench, some maybe like even like a brick well where you can safely store some water for like quenching stuff, or you can make some general stuff for very economical resourcing. So
Perfect.
That's fine. You can do that for sure.
I am going a big X through befriend Smith. I am going to make the first change to Alfie, the one that is class allowed. And at some point, I'm going to track down Toby, I think, because Toby has it, to borrow the magic wind fan.
Of course.
What I want to do is the second part of that.
I just had a quick question.
Hey, Alex. The second part of that is I want to start sketching out schematics for the second change thing.
Okay. Understood. So first change thing, which is automatic. You guys all hear as you're going to bed one night, Roulette is particularly active in her room, and you like wonder if you should go check on her, but she's fine. What do they see the next morning when they see Alfie?
You see Alfie in a ball form. That's all for now.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Then
I was like, curiously, you only see him in ball form.
Yeah.
That's all you get.
Then for sketching up a custom function, but it is very similar in process to pursuing an enchantment, which previously doing a custom thing required Jean's help. You could get some pointers from Mirage, but you suspect that this is going to be more than a week's worth of time to successfully do this fully on your own, to develop the schematic. Do you want to get Mirage's help, or are you willing to kind of close out your week with this final thing?
That's all I have on my short list of projects. So I will gladly just take my time and purposely try to do this on my own without any help from Mirage.
Okay. I'm going to say this is not tinkering. It is pure intelligence to schematically draw up and theory craft stuff, which you can have advantage on because of enhanceability for sure. God damn. You are a brilliant woman, and you very successfully sketch up what you believe to be accomplishable for what you are aiming for. Taking cues from the Wind Fans development, altering how you intend for that magic to be used. I would say you have crafted the schematic for it. However, you do think it's going to be when you try and build that thing based on your schematic, you do think that's going to be in the rare tier, which is a little more difficult than the uncommon tier of cloak work you just accomplished. So you know that's going to be a big venture, but I think we can do it.
Perfect.
So you come out with that confirmation. Did you want to, this is just a really quick thing, did you want to buy something?
Did I want to buy something?
I thought you said you wanted to buy, perhaps a bag of holding for Mirage.
Oh, I did. Yes, I would specifically.
Which is just that can fit in anywhere in the month, so that's not like a time suck at all.
While I'm there, I'll show him my bag and look what I can do. Do you have one of these?
Yes, of course. That is a rather simple enchantment. This one is preferable to his portable hole, which it can be stored in handy handkerchief formation. But the bag of holding is certainly less expensive. For 600 gold, you can take that off my hands.
Oh, gladly. Yeah, I'll leave it on the desk, wherever he is, because he's doing spell work.
Perfect. So that will free up an infusion for you to do what you will with it, because now you have just a permanent bag of holding for 600 gold, as long as you mark that off your inventory currency.
Okay, the night you come home with that, I have to give you some gold.
Yeah, that's a team purchase.
We'll cover that later. I appreciate that, but I've got some other stuff I want to. This was a great first thing for me to make, but I do want to maybe try some new stuff that I can, make permanent on myself. And that is it. That's all I got.
Awesome. It is at this time where we'll move to Roven.
I do have one last thing.
Oh,
sure.
First of all, okay. I got one thing I want to do. Critter, I have a question for you. Would I have time to do one poison over this time, or have I used my time?
Yeah, a basic poison is a day, so you can get one roll off to see if
I want to
that's
use
successful.
Kellenvor specifically.
Oh, that is, the DC's drastically reduced for using that plant to craft a basic poison. To craft a poison that adequately uses its potent properties is dramatically longer, more careful of a venture. So I want to make that clear: is you can absolutely consume that item and make a basic poison, or you can try a harder thing over a longer time to make a way better poison.
Okay, never mind.
That thing is so potent.
Okay, that's awesome. I didn't know what potent meant. Now I do. Thank you.
So that little side thing, I'm putting to the side for now. I want to, one evening after you've given me the cloak, maybe the next day, you both come home and I have thrown together a traditional elvish dinner for the three of us. It is, I bought some seafood. I have to tell you right now, I don't cook at home. We have cooks. And I go up to Roulette and I just give you the biggest kiss on the forehead.
Yay! You got grease in your mouth.
I'm not very good. This will be passed down with whatever family I have. This was the most touching thing I've experienced since I've left home. So, I wanted us to have a meal together and to say I appreciate and want to just acknowledge your brilliance and how brightly you shine. And thank you, truly.
Making that thing was its own reward. I've got the notes here on how to make it again. It would take quite a bit of time, and I might need some specific elven silk, but I could make another one of these. But that one is a one of a kind. Yeah.
Elven silk will be yours if and when I can take you to the Mooncrest Grove. And that's all I want to say. And we have a dinner. Can I roll for how good it is?
Yeah. Do we get
Yeah,
food poisoning, or
100%.
do
Let's do a performance check, I think.
Yes.
I intimidated the butcher that gave me the fish.
Oh God.
No, this check needs to have a negative modifier.
Yeah,
for
sure. You also watch me push aside my poisoning kits when I go pick up the.
Yes.
Oh boy. It's a 4.
It's really good.
Oh my God. That's what I rolled for my persuasion too.
That's what I rolled for my persuasion or my charisma check.
Yeah, you guys get a glimpse into what Telperion thinks is good elven food.
Yeah, and you know what? It doesn't taste quite like the same. The ingredients aren't the same as what you'd get in the Emerin. I'm sure that's the only reason it's not up to scratch. That's all.
It's delicious nonetheless.
All right, that's what I got. To roll.
Perfect. All right. Roven, you continue to make your way north, pushing through forests, avoiding monsters occasionally. The entity in your head communicating to you, working in tandem to help each other get further north through forests and marshes, dodging combats, occasionally getting into trouble. You're unfamiliar with forest terrain, but you're somewhat resourceful with your general survival skills that you kind of picked up on the streets of Daenor. And you do survive, making successful use of the powers granted to you from within. About 2 weeks go by. And now we will descend. Jiri.
Oh my God.
You continue to have frustrations with Aldark's story. That it's not your story, that it's supposed to be different. And Aldark finally speaks up after concluding the book, and you being the first book, The Monarch's Path, and you being unsure of if you liked it or not. There are so many things wrong, and a somewhat amenable personality, Aldark, is getting a little put off by it. Hey, listen, man, I'm trying to do my best to keep the vibe light while we're trapped in here, you know? Like, I know it's frustrating to be locked in a cell like this, but hey, at least that witch lets you out of your cage every once in a while. I'll probably die in here with this cough as bad as it's getting. And why are you so frustrated about the story anyway?
Well, like I've been saying, it's not my story. Something wrong with it, you know? Just confused by it all. just kind of makes my head hurt.
But that makes sense that it's not your story, right? Jiri's got his story and you have your own story. That's cool if it like overlaps a little.
Yeah, but Eldark, you don't get it. The story is about me. It's about my life. It's supposed to be accurate. You know what I mean? Or else people are gonna get the wrong impression of me. Like, I'm really cool, and this book is cool too. But like, I don't know. I feel like I did things pretty well.
I guess I just don't get what you're saying, that like you are the character or whatever. I mean, hey, think of it this way. Maybe it's a good thing your story's different from this. Like, I'm sure Jiri, the character, wishes his life went differently. Look, I don't know your whole story, so I certainly won't cast any judgment. That stuff's for the gods. But you can be whatever you want to be, man. Don't waste all your time looking for answers in some random book. It's probably not healthy.
You're right. My story's not even done being told yet. I'm like,
exactly,
just at the beginning.
The next two books might not have anything to do with what the rest of your history unfolds.
Interesting.
Hey, did you do that?
Do what?
He points behind you, and you turn around, and in this endless dark expanse, the iron bars all around you are still there, but the door is just slightly shifted open, and there's like a flow of like dark vapor there that occasionally shimmers in different colors.
No, I didn't do that. Do you know what that is?
I don't know, but I think whatever you just said just unlocked the door.
Oh, wow. Huh. Interesting. Wait a minute. Before I go, though, because I'm definitely going to go through this door. I don't want to stay in this jail forever. Your book, really quickly. Is there any information about like a saying that I say that charges up my sword or anything like that? Anything around that nature? You see, I'm having a really hard time recharging my sword. It just doesn't do what it's supposed to. You think
Well,
the Jiri
yeah,
in the book had that issue?
I don't know if he had the issue with, I mean, he's certainly trying to charge his sword, obviously, and he hasn't fully accomplished that yet. But I mean, there's obviously like his catchphrase, you know, lightning flashes and thunder roars. You know, like, is that what you're talking about?
No. You got it backwards. It's thunder flashes and lightning roars.
Well, that doesn't make any sense. Thunder doesn't flash. Thunder is the noise. The lightning flashes. So it should be lightning flashes and thunder roars.
You know,
think about it. In a storm, and I know you're scared of storms. You've told me 1,000 times during this book. But in a storm, you see a strike of lightning first, a flash of lightning, and then the thunder cracks. It roars.
That's interesting. I've said that phrase like a million times in front of one of my smartest friends of all time. Her name is Rolette, and she never corrected me. So I'll have to look that up. But if you're right, maybe that's the change I need to charge my sword.
That could be the key to whatever you need to do.
Oh, wow. Thank you.
All right, well, you may want to see to that lock before it closes.
All right.
And as you turn around, you do see the door slowly coming shut.
I stick my foot in it and I like turn back really quick. And I say,
as soon as you turn back and say, Aldark, you see Aldark laying dead on the floor, slumped over against a corner, a vision that is identical to a memory of yours. Just the vision of him slumped over, having died from a terrible cough that eventually took him, and he is no longer living.
Oh man, I'm sorry, Aldark, but thank you for telling me that story. I better get going before this door closes. Rest in peace, Aldark. And I just go through the door.
And as you go through the door, the bars disapparate as if they are just blackness. The darkness expands around you. And you are left in with no clue of what direction could prove valuable. What do you do?
I'm gonna try to summon the Shadow Moby again and just be like, Shadow Moby, are you there?
As soon as you do so, the space around you just shifts slightly, and Shadow Moby, just like a dark cloud of steam, identical to the source of magic that was on the lock that seemingly opened it, now just sits next to you.
Oh, okay. Good thing you're here. It would have been really lonely walking in this place by myself. Okay, I think we should just randomly pick a direction. What do you think about that way?
It floats.
Okay, let's go. Now, I'm going to tell you a story about my friend Aldark. He told me a great tale. I'm going to retell it to you while we walk.
Okay. And as you proceed talking to Shadow Moby, recounting the tale of Monarch's Path, are you recounting it as you actually remember it, or are you adding in different details at all?
Yeah, he's forgotten parts that Aldark told him, and so he's like making up his own tale almost. So like adding things that he did, and he's like coming up with like how he would tell it.
Perfect. And you tell it. Almost like Shadow Moby's listening to an audiobook for a long time. You continue to recount the tale, slowly, aimlessly going off on tangents, extrapolating on certain details that weren't in the book. Otherwise, and the telling of this tale takes a long time. You feel like you've been walking for a week by the time you finish. And as you continue wandering this dark place with no way of telling if any direction is different from another, you feel an impact from behind you.
I turn around, like hand on my sword.
As you turn to face whatever's there, you hear a voice say, "Oh goodness, I'm so sorry. I have been having the most difficult time finding my way around here." You see a shorter figure in front of you, roughly 5 foot tall, with smooth red reptilian skin that almost looks wet, as if reflecting light from some unknown source in the ambient space. The figure wears a simple buff wrap around his face that covers both of his eyes. And behind his small, newt-like form flicks back and forth a red tail. He wears simple navy blue robes and forest green colored shorts. "I'm so sorry." And as you step back, he's just like aimlessly like putting his hands out in every direction. "I'm looking for my instrument and I can't seem to find it. It's so damn dark in here." Of course, for me, everything's always dark.
"Hi, Jajiri, Jarl Jaland, Jinjinacy," and he like sticks his hand out to like shake.
He like feels out for it, hits your arm, and then slowly makes his way to your hand and shakes it. Well, hello there, Mr. Jiri. My name's Meko.
Hi, Meko. Are you having a hard time seeing down here? It is kind of dark.
Yeah, well, I can't see, but boy, can I hear. I see, what guides me is music, see? I don't need to see to appreciate the sounds of the beauty of those around me or my own flute playing as I pluck the different holes. My life's one big orchestra of color in my own mind. But yes, I'm looking for my instrument. It's so hard to find, trapped in all this darkness.
Let me see if I
Will you help me look for it?
Sure thing. I'm good at seeing things because I have eyes. Let me see.
Very well. Which way do you think we should go?
Well, I've been going this way for a really long time. And wait a minute, was it this way or that way? I think it was that way.
Okay, I trust your direction.
Right, Shadow Moby? Yeah, we were definitely going that way. See, it's kind of like dark right there. I've been heading towards that like darkness, you know?
Okay. And based on your direction, you guys continue to walk aimlessly in the direction of your choice, aimlessly in a direction, classic critter. And journeying with this salamander person named Meko, wondering how in the hell he could have ever made it here, what he's doing down here, where he came from.
Oh yeah, I asked him all those questions, of course.
And he gives like vague answers that aren't helpful, but eventually turns a question on you. "So, Mr. Jiri, what do you do for fun?"
Oh, I tell stories and I go to plays and I make fun of my friend. Like I make fun of Telperion all the time. And I don't know, I fight stuff. But what I mean, I do lots of stuff for fun. What do you do for fun?
Hey, man, I think those are all really great suggestions. You don't define yourself by like a job or anything. You define yourself by the passions you follow. Music, dancing, painting. I do it all. I got really into finger painting once. I bet I was pretty good. Couldn't prove myself wrong after all. Pointing at his eye wrap.
Yeah. Interesting, Meko. But, you know, sometimes it's good to have like a task that you need to do, like a direction, like something
like
important.
a purpose.
Yeah, one of those. You got one of those, Meko? I've got a big task.
Right now it's trying to find my instrument. And now I've already made a friend. What's your big task?
You see, I need to reclaim my homeland of Jarland. It was taken from me by my evil half-brother, Jajakrar. I must defeat him and then reclaim my throne. But first, I need to figure out how to get back. I need how to fly. I need to charge my sword. I haven't really made much progress at all. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You ever feel
maybe
like
you're shooting for? Maybe your goals are too lofty. Like that's great stuff to set in the long term, but what if you like consider something that's in the shorter term, like right in front of you?
Right in front of me, like getting out of this place.
That's a good task. We could do that together.
Yeah, Meko, would you help me get out of here? Maybe if we team up, me, you, and Shadow Moby, we can find a way out.
That sounds great. A band of heroes trying to escape the Darklands.
The three of us. I've got 3 other friends that you would really like to meet. They're really nice too. I used to travel around with them. But no, I don't know where they are anymore. Maybe they're lost down here too. Maybe we'll find them.
Maybe. Well, hey, if you help me find my flute, I'll help you get out of here.
Okay, it's a plan.
And as you continue into the darkness, chatting with this lively, passionate, colorful fellow, the search drags on. You keep moving forward together, occasionally chatting and keeping each other entertained, but after a while, it feels like another week has gone by. You've just been traveling on foot in this endless expanse for a long time. You keep moving forward, occasionally shifting direction as you and Meko readapt your opinion of where you should go. But you just keep walking for a week aimlessly into the darkness. Wait, listen. I hear it. I think I hear it. You think he's making it up until you two hear the sound of a flute playing off in the distance.
Oh, maybe that's your flute.
Maybe. Let's go check it out. See if we can find it.
Does it often play itself?
No. It's never done that before.
Huh. Weird. I wonder why it's playing itself now. That's weird. Let's go find out. Maybe it's a magical flute.
And as you approach together, following the direction of that sound, you do see that indeed the flute is just floating, playing of its own accord with some kind of dark steam flowing in and out of it, like showing you the wind current passing through the flute and giving it its sound.
Echo, and I grab his hand. This way. There's your flute.
Oh my goodness, there it is! Meko's absolute delight at finding the flute turns to confusion. This thing's playing itself just like you said. And then he turns to you curiously and says, hey, how is it that you're doing that?
Me? I'm not doing anything.
Look at your hand. And as you look at your hand, you see steam flowing around your arm. The same steam you're used to conjuring with some of your magics. Your steam puffy coat, the steam at the lock, the steam of Shadow Moby. And now it's just like drifting around your arm, seemingly like pulled from the endless dark space around you.
It's a little freaky. I've always been good at controlling the wind, but this is like dark wind, like dark steam. I don't know.
And suddenly, the Vanta Black sky above you flashes for an instant. Some kind of pattern ricocheting instantaneously, lighting up for just a brief moment before falling dark again. Oh shit, thunder! Wait, is that thunder? It didn't look like it.
No, that's lightning. I just learned this.
Oh yeah, right. Is it lightning? It happens again. A loud, a bright flash, and then accompanied by a crack of some loud noise that shakes the entire expanse you're in.
Meko, remember that evil half-brother I told you about? Hopefully this isn't him, but it probably is. We might want to hide.
And then, Jiri, the next time this flashes, you are rocked with a memory. You are once again in the Durastian prison cells beneath Talonreach Keep. And that damn witch is hovering over your shoulder as you're helping her with a various task. And you're like flipping through her journal notes, looking for something, trying to find a paragraph she asked you to find. And you're seeing like a sketch of some kind of like, what was it called? Like a neural network? That's it. That's what it was. And you snap out of the memory. And as another flash of that situation happens out in that endless dark expanse that lights up for a moment, you're seeing that it doesn't look like lightning. It's very similar, but it's just a cascading net of like neurons pulsing. Something that has to do with people's brains. You don't really remember, but the witch seemed to know. But you're seeing this respond to something. It seems to be as if it's in pain. And then you hear a voice call down. Damn it, idiot Jiri. Stop that. This voice is loud, and it sounds like it's echoing down to you from somewhere high, high above. Stop siphoning power. I need it if I want to avoid these goddamn Durastians at Forest Hollow. Don't drain me. Then you hear another voice, omnipresent and different, like it exists in every inch of this Vanta Black space around you.
You have proven competent enough in your journey so far, Jax, or should I say Roven, and I have given mostly full control and freedom to use my power as you see fit. But let us not confuse for a moment whose power is actually being drained here. Yeah, I've had enough of this, though. The headaches are getting worse the longer you're down there. It's time to end this once and for all. In the dark expanse all around you, you see a shimmer. It's iridescent. Subtle reflections of blues and golds and reds and violets and greens that seem to just subtly shimmer and peel away from this space. And through that shimmering tear in space-time of whatever this place is, walks Jax, familiar half-elven mad wolf that you've been fearful of, Jiri. Steam is pouring from his body. I'm finished with your nonsense. I thought keeping you shoved down here would free me of you, but you pain me with every step these days. I've been traveling this forest for weeks now, and I need to focus. After maybe removing you from my mind is now priority number one. He steps toward you and draws from his scabbard a curved short sword-like scimitar blade, Vanta Black, and walks aggressively towards you. Jiri, I would like you to roll initiative.
Yes. Holy shit, yes.
Also, Critter, before I forget, I love that you did RGB for Meko.
Yes.
Red, green, blue.
He's a red nude with a green cloak and blue shorts, and he only sees in color, or whatever it is. Yeah, and he only sees in colors. even though he's blind. RGB is like standard like color.
I got you. That's
So
science.
when you're ready, go ahead and click on Jiri, and I will
Come
handle
on,
Jax.
Jiri.
Oh my god, that's really good.
Yes.
Going first is
All right. So you go
Um,
first. Steam is pouring off the body of Jax, and he is walking toward you aggressively with sword in hand, ready to assault you, attack you,
Wait,
cut
what's
you
Mecco's
down.
initiative?
All right, Jiri pulls the cord on his armor, and he says to Mecco,
Stand back, Meko. It's the Mad Wolf. He's come to finish me off once and for all, but little does he know, I've learned how to charge my sword. But Meko, you've got to help me.
So embarrassed.
Do you know how to, like, help me focus to attack this creature here? Maybe you could, instead of cursing him for me, maybe you and I could team up.
That sounds good. I can play a song for you. I can bolster your resolve. I'm an entertainer at heart, and I've made an ally in you and you and me. Let's do this, friend. We can get out of here.
all right, and then I'm gonna use my bonus action to choose Jax to be like my target.
Okay. He is targeted.
But I'm gonna,
And then
I'm gonna-
immediately, yeah, you go ahead and do movement or whatever you wish to, but that is action and bonus action. Got it.
Yep, and I'm gonna, yeah, I'm just gonna back up to Mecco there.
Okay, sounds good. Jax continues his aggression, walking directly toward you. And as he does so, he reaches out for you and similarly marks you as his target. And then then he pulls his scimitar back, lunging forward toward you, and is going to make 2 attacks at you.
It's literally like the tackling battle.
Yeah.
First attack, 17 to hit.
That hits.
I forgot to roll the damage, but I didn't do the cursed version, which is an extra 3. So 9 piercing damage to you.
All right. He pokes through my like puffy armor and gets blasted by the steam.
Okay.
For 10
For
points.
10
of
points
damage.
of fire.
Oh, and you still have it for one more. Nice.
Oh wait, hold on. Is it? Wait, do I cast 3rd level spells now?
Oh, you can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it would be a 3rd level, so it's 15.
Okay.
Also, Steven
Got
I
it.
said this. We're totally picturing this as like in Ocarina of Time when Link fights Shadow Link, and like the ground is like reflecting like glass lake of darkness.
Yes, for sure.
Ugh.
Jax immediately stops his second attack, not sure how to proceed. And then going first is definitely good. He is going to use his bonus action to
Ooh, he
actually
already used that.
remind me.
already
Yeah,
used
you're
that.
right. He already did use his bonus action, and he stops his second attack, not wanting to take on so much more damage. So it is your turn again, Jiri. And at the beginning of your turn, Mecco calls to you. Let me see if I prepared anything for this. I literally forget.
Yes.
Yeah, so Mecco jumps into the air, snatches his flute out of the air that was held aloft by your magic, supposedly. Hey, Mr. Jiri, I don't know how you made this flute play on its own, but you seem to be drawing some sort of power from this place. Now might be a good time to use it. And then he starts to play a fast-paced, low-tone staccato musical that gets your heart racing and fills you with invigoration. You gain a D8 of bardic inspiration.
Ooh, nice. I am going to. Jiri's gonna be like,
Yes, yes, yes. But first, I must draw my sword. Thunder flashes. Oh, no, wait. Lightning flashes. And thunder roars. I summon to me a mighty sword.
Adras the Stormbender, lend me your splendor. And he pulls it out, and he's gonna cast Elemental Weapon on it.
Very, very cool. 3rd level spell of concentration, right? So
Yep.
as soon as you do that, Jack sees an opportunity as your armor I think. Oh no, it doesn't deflate. That's not concentration. So
No, yeah.
he does not see that opportunity. Your armor is still puffy, and but you do summon, and I imagine lightning crackling all around your purple Odachi blade.
Mm-hmm. And does Jiri have his bracers on down here? Does he have any of his like items?
So remind me that, because that does matter for both of us. Was that one of the things Rovan Jax left, or did he take those with him?
On the bed.
He left. Yeah, he left.
If he left
all
them on
his
the bed,
items behind.
then neither of us can use the bracers in this fight.
Okay, then I don't think I have a bonus action to use. So
That armor is amazing.
yeah, that's all I can do.
Okay.
I've just summoned my sword, and now I'm ready to face Jax.
Perfect. Then it is his turn. And he's like, damn it, that hurt. And he just like whips his arm around in the space, and the endless dark expanse just like coalesces around his arm, like steam fueling his hand. Time for Fangs of the Mad Wolf. And he just like juts his hand into your sternum, making a vampiric touch at you, imbuing his fists with healing magic. Ew. As I do this. Almost a, and it is a crit because it's you're cursed right now, so it is literally a crit, right? That's how it works.
So did he? Well, he cast Vampiric Touch.
Yes, and as part of that action of casting it, you make a melee attack as part of the action, which is a crit. So we are going to double this. He deals 24 necrotic damage to you, but some of that's shielded from your armor. But 24 total damage. Well, he had damage. Oh, you had 6 left. Got it.
Yep.
So that's that. He deals 24. He is
18.
blasted immediately with another 15 as the same time as he heals back 12 of it. And then he can't use a bonus action because we don't have the bracers. So that is his turn.
Well, not enough.
And now it is your turn. And at the start of your turn, Meko once again, still you are already imbued with his bardic inspiration, but he still just lends to your aid inspirational words.
All right, double attack with a sword. Yeah.
Okay, roll it.
Big money, no whammies.
Oh wait, I accidentally rolled it with advantage. That's
Okay, yeah, just re-roll. Sucks because those are good rolls.
I know, those would have been criticals.
Wait, isn't that your 2 attacks?
Yeah, can't we use both of those? There's one, there's two.
I would say no. We gotta redo it. Still a really, really good hit for you're doing two-handed for less damage. So
two-handed naturally for less damage.
So 11, did that include lightning
Plus
damage from your sword?
A d6.
Okay.
Or it's a d6. What is it? Yeah, I think it's just a d6. I have it.
3 more lightning. Got it.
So 13, and then no, but wait, can I use Bardic Inspiration?
You can use Bardic Inspiration, a D8. Gotta roll a 5 or higher.
Baby.
Also, doesn't
you feel
doesn't Elemental Weapon give you a +1 to your attack or something?
I don't think so.
Yeah, it's already.
Oh, that's already
already,
calculated in part of that. Got it.
Yeah,
cool.
I see that, yeah.
Unfortunately, Jax has finally adapted to your enhanced sword wielding abilities, and he just dodges to the side, barely ducking out of that attack's range. Then it will be his turn. He doesn't waste any time going for a 1-2 punch on you. One with his vampiric touch, and one with just an off-arm
He needs to
strike.
make a concentration check for vampiric touch.
Oh, you're absolutely right.
I gotta make a
beat.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wait, maybe we should give him.
We'll cancel them out.
concentration.
We'll cancel those first two out.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're both still maintaining concentration. But again, he doesn't waste time aggressing 1-2 punch. First one with vampiric touch.
Nice.
12, not gonna cut it. And then with an offhand unarmed strike. Missing both times. And as he misses, he looks down in just irate fury. And you see the mist just flowing off of his wrist. And you hear the space around you say,
Yes.
Maybe I have misjudged my best chance to journey north.
and you feel Shadow Moby next to you grow in size and merge with your form, Jiri, as steam is now pouring from your body, as allegiance has shifted in some way in this combat. Go ahead and take your turn.
All right, Jiri. Attack again with his swords, and he says, "All right, Mr. Mad Wolf, it's just you and me. I'll best you this time." 16?
16 just hits.
Woo!
For two-handed for less damage again.
Bro.
Classic.
Always.
Holy shit.
Bro, take that off.
On brand.
And as soon as you cut into him, you expect there to be resistance, but your lightning crackles through his form and your blade just passes through him and he just dissipates into steam as you see, like almost like a thundercloud, now lightning from your blade ricocheting through his form. And left where that steam is now just a shimmer in this space. And Jax is no more. There's just that shimmering tear in space and time of whatever this place is. What do you do?
Oh man, what is?
I think that's your cue, Jiri. That might be our way out.
Okay, Miko, but you've got to come with me and grab Shadow Moby. Come on, we can all escape together.
Okay, I'll do my best. I'll follow you to the ends of the earth, Mr. Jiri.
So I
And as
reach
you-
out my hand, I take him by the
Yep.
hand, and we run for it.
And as you put your hand through that shimmer, it feels like physical space that you can like rip through like a thick fluid. And as you pull through it, you find yourself surrounded by forest.
You just burped something. I think it was touched my finger.
Now,
Not muted.
and I know we're a little past time, but if we're cool to push through a little bit more, over the course of the past month in Corital, the weather has gotten a bit colder. I'm going to move us to
Oh yeah, month. So we're like getting to winter.
as even in this warmer southern temperate climate, the winter season slowly is approaching. Leaves fall from trees more often, though many in the Emerald are deciduous and mostly maintain their forms, still offering shelter to those that live among them. And as the sun begins to set and casts all of Corital into a warm vermilion light, Tobirama, Roulette, and Telperion return home. After another long day, in the evening now of Sundas, the 12th of Sun's Dusk.
Well, sun's dusk.
And you all are finished with whatever tasks you were tending to that final day. You're eager to speak to the king or the seneschals in the morning to embark on a new quest. But now you have the ability to rest back at your Emerald's Edge tree home. What would you like to do?
Oh. Who's cooking tonight?
I think I'm starting. I've been going about it wrong. I've been trying to do each recipe in the cookbooks, but this last week I've been doing like the same one over and over, and I think I'm getting it down. So let me just summon 45 pounds of food, and we'll eat what we need.
So you summon the food, you start to gather supplies and spices and etc. But before you start cooking, what was that? You hear a noise, like the tapping of, like the repetitive.
Yeah, I think someone's at the door.
It doesn't seem to be coming from the door though. There's a tapping on wood coming from somewhere upstairs.
What in the world?
Is it Moby 3?
Guys.
So he's probably malfunctioning again.
Yeah, something's going on upstairs. Will you guys check it out?
It definitely does seem to be. It definitely does seem to be coming from Roulette's room for sure.
Oh God, is it just sending stone?
I run upstairs, assuming it's Moby 3 activating and trying to flutter around.
So what you see though is not Moby 3. You see a strange bottle that has just rolled. Your bag of holding is on its side with an open flap, and a bottle of Jiri's old Orin Air is just like rattling around in that space. The bottle rattles continuously, a blue cloud of like bubbling vapor held within it.
I'm telekinesis.
That has never been there before.
I grab it and I bring it back downstairs. Does this belong to one of you? I thought this was the vial of like air elemental stuff, but this was Jiri's, wasn't it?
That's Jiri's
Yeah,
bottle.
I watched it teleport into his.
Oh, this
bedside.
was the thing. This was the thing he kept like fetching for himself, or
This is what he said he was trapped inside of.
What the hell's? Can you identify what the mist is, Roulette?
Can I? I don't know if I'd have identify ready. I don't have it currently. So, I mean, not at this moment. I can't. I don't have the right tools on me. Do we open it?
Let's do it outside.
If you want to telekinesis it open once we get out, yeah. Let's have. I mean, last time we did this, Ira made us fight an air elemental.
Yeah.
Also, I don't want it to ruin this 5th night in the row of Toby's fish and rice.
Tofu meatballs.
Yeah. All right, we go outside. I put it on the ground and I telekinesis the pork off it.
Everyone take 15 feet back.
I'll false
Prepare yourselves in
life.
case it's a fight.
Yeah, I'll false life myself.
It's really not the most tactical of us, but I am curious.
Oh fuck. Oh god, I thought that was something else.
As you take a defensive step back and you kind of bolster yourself with whatever defensive capabilities you need to, Telperion holds it out and unstoppers it. And that blue vapor cloud immediately expands into the space, slowly morphing into the shape of a humanoid. And over a few seconds, the form coalesces into the familiar visage of Jiri, who now stands before you.
What the fuck?
And he is yawn, stretches, and he's completely naked, and he's got a cloud, a blue or a white cloud over his junk, so you guys can't see.
While he's stretching like that, I get in there and I scoop him and I just hug him so hard. It really hurts you.
Ouch.
Strength hug.
Yeah, it's a strength hug. It's a +4 modified hug.
I can't breathe.
You even need to breathe?
Oh yeah, no I don't. You're right.
I put him down.
Oh,
Were you in
whoa,
there
I'm
the whole
sleepy.
time?
Hey, what are you guys doing with my bottle? It's open! Cork it quick! All my air!
Oh, fuck.
Be careful with that. That's my Orin Air, guys. How you guys doing?
How long have you been in there?
A few hours, maybe.
What?
Asking questions of you is like asking questions of the wind.
Appropriate.
Your answers mean nothing.
What is, I don't
Jiri,
get that.
we haven't seen you in 5 or 6 weeks.
Oh, that's weird. That shouldn't be. I've only been gone for an hour. Time's always weird for me. This always happens.
You're probably older than I am, aren't you?
Were you sleeping? Was that what it was?
Yeah, I was taking a nap. I had some nightmares. It was scary. I had this dream the mad wolf tried to take over, and I beat him up. Classic Jiri.
Classic Jerry.
That checks.
I lift my tunic and I take out the tabby that I have wrapped around my hip and I give it to you.
Oh, thank you. I do tend to nap naked, so I appreciate having my clothes back.
All the rest inside. Along with a big purse of gold you don't know that you have. You made some money while you were gone.
Oh, thank you.
There's a blade I want to show you.
A blade. Oh, guys, check this out. I've got my dad's sword back. Kind of. It's not the right color still, but watch.
And he'll draw his sword and make it lightning-y.
Yep. And once again, unlike in the sunken place, if you will, it's not purple. It is once again Vanta black, fully dark, reflectionless. But it does crackle with arcane electricity as he wields it.
One mission
You
completed.
charged your weapon.
Making great progress. Yeah. Now I just gotta learn how to fly.
Well, I think we're heading up into the mountains, so I don't know. There's probably plenty of. Oh, actually, it's a whole den of Aarakocra up there, so maybe they'll be able to help you fly somehow.
Probably. Well, what have you guys been up to for a
Roulette.
whole month?
Passive intelligence reminds you that it's not Aarakocra, it's Dragonborn that are
Oh.
training as monks up on the mountains.
Aarakocra is somewhere else. Yeah. Never mind. Do Dragonborn have wings? No, they don't. Never mind.
They can.
Maybe we'll meet some Aarakocra on the way. Never mind.
Well, I got a tattoo, Jiri.
Wow,
purple.
we match.
We actually have got one saved for you too.
Oh, actually, this is pretty appropriate. For something that, or Jerry, you should be able to fly and currently can't. I guess you guys haven't. I haven't. I've been testing him out just to make sure he kind of functions correctly. But I made a few small changes to Alfie. Alfie, get out here! And Alfie will roll down the ramp out. From one flatless friend to another, Alfie will expand into his new bipedal form. He just picture an ostrich. His feet are molded after the centaur hooves that we had that I had taken from the centaur skeletons. Two long, thick legs that bend backwards. And then he has a long, thicker neck that pops out of the top. And when he's in this form, the top half of his thing like splits into two, so it's like two curved plates that kind of look essentially like
ladybug wings,
like
or
ladybug
ostrich wings, yeah,
like ladybug wings, and they just kind of they're constantly just like vibrating, and he's just in a slightly new form. Can't really do much else new, but he's taller. And I've got some plans for him for the future, but
I'm excited to see them.
this is new Alfie. Still Alfie.
I just pushed Jerry.
I feel like that's a very cousin thing to do. Like when you see your cousin after a couple of months,
Yeah.
you're like, hey.
You're not gonna let him come back, are you?
Who?
You know who I'm talking about.
Oh, the Mad Wolf? No. I completely destroyed him. Now I got a new friend. His name is Meko. You guys would like him.
Is Meko here?
He looks around.
Meko! I don't see him.
Doesn't seem to be around.
What the
Hmm.
fuck?
He'll show up. I think
Sure
he's
his name-
shy.
You sure his name wasn't Moby?
No, Moby's here too.
Can I summon Moby?
Yeah, you can summon Shadow Moby, Steam Moby, and yeah,
What is
just
the-
like Steam just bursts from your form and drifts off you, and then
Oh, yeah.
coalesces next to you, and then becomes immediately very close to invisible.
Only
But
only
with-
I had seen him, right? I think you in Force Hollow during
Perhaps.
the little prep week, you showed him to me. Then you tried to show him to Telperion, but he wouldn't show up.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah.
But yeah, you're able to conjure Shadow Moby for sure.
Yeah.
Between the two, between Roulette and Jiri here, we're gonna have a whole entourage following us around.
More friends is better, right?
Oh, Jiri,
Oh God.
we're the ForWynds.
I love it.
We came up with a
We should all get that tattooed, matching tattoos.
I'm telling you, we have a tattoo ready for you whenever you want.
Yeah, but I'm saying we should all get the same tattoo. The 4 wins.
Oh,
And then like my face on all of us.
I think we're gonna have to argue for a long time about what it's gonna look like.
I already know. It's fine.
I'm gonna have to live with that tattoo for a lot longer than the rest of you, so I get to stay.
A moment of humor followed by an immediate moment of, oh God.
If that doesn't describe you perfectly.
Yeah. But Jiri, having been returned to you all, you guys are whole again. And we'll conclude our session there.
Can we go inside? I want to give him this stuff though.
Yeah,
Wind
Sure.
fan, gold. There was more. Like there was the bag of 600, but I feel like we had kept some.
Tim and Jiri has.
I have it
Awesome.
all in mind.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So we handed you the 600, and then I hand you back your wind fan. Then the goggles of night, which I never used.
Oh,
Dude,
whoa.
I promise I never
Very
used
cool.
these.
Oh, my water bottle. I am very thirsty.
Forearm bracers,
Yep, need those.
but you don't have your backpack anymore.
Oh no.
We'll
How am I gonna
we'll
carry
a new
my
one
stuff?
made.
That's okay. Moby
Maybe-
will have to just carry everything in his hands, I guess.
I wonder if you could get Moby to bring you the backpack, like old times.
Oh, maybe.
All right, check this out. And I show him Levin's Edge. I know you just got your sword all exciting, but you gotta see this one.
Oh, this is cool. This one actually looks more like Adras, the Stormbender, the real one. It's lightningy.
It makes lightning if you are attuned to it. I've attuned to it a few times and I've practiced outside with it, but we were kind of saving it for you.
Thanks, Telperion. What if I used like 2 swords? Or what if I like put both swords together in one hand?
I've only seen that done.
An
Never.
avatar.
So, yeah.
Well, I could be like the first one.
Why don't we
New
try
fighting
that out?
style.
We could
Blue
try that out.
Spirit.
Blue Spirit, that's true. All right, well, Toby made some dinner.
Some.
Toby continues to make a lot of dinners. They haven't asked me to cook again ever since I tried.
Good, I'm starving. I
so
feel like
good.
I haven't ate in a while.
All right.
I have so
And as
many.
you guys settle down for a meal on the evening of the 12th of Sun's Dusk, November 12th, functionally. We'll conclude our session there and pick things up next week.